Yes, sir.
All right, you got the floor.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
As our dear brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 84, please. That is Psalms 8:4. He reads, "How unable are thy tabernacles, O Yahweh of hosts? My soul longeth, yea, even fainteth for the courts of Yahweh. My heart and my flesh crieth out for the living Elohim. Yea, the sparrow hath found an house, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may lay her young. Even thine altars, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, my King and my Elohim. Blessed are they that dwell in thy house. They will be still praising thee. Selah. Blessed is the man whose strength is in thee, in whose heart are the ways of them, who passing through the valley of Baca make it a well. The rain also filleth the pools. They go from strength to strength. Every one of them in Zion appear before Elohim. O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, hear my prayer. Give ear, O Elohim of Yaakov. Selah. Behold, O Elohim, our shield, and look upon the face of thine anointed. For a day in thy courts is better than 1,000. I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my Elohim than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. For Yahweh Elohim is a sun and shield. Yahweh will give grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. O Yahweh of hosts, blessed is the man that trusts in thee. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Also, as our dear brother stated, he would love us to turn to Psalms 115, please. That is Psalms 115. 115. He reads, not unto us, O Yahweh, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their Elohim? But our Elohim is in the heavens. He hath done whatsoever he hath pleased. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat. They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusteth in them. O Israel, trust thou in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. O house of Aharon, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. Ye that fear Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. Yahweh have been mindful of us. He will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aharon. He will bless them that fear Yahweh, both small and great. Yahweh shall increase you more and more, you and your children. Ye are blessed of Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. The heaven, even the heavens, are Yahweh, but the earth have he given to the children of men. The dead praise not Yahweh, neither any that go down into silence. But we will bless Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah! 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 Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called, Have Not the Black Man and Woman Only Been Taught Religion? And this question concerns the children of Israel forsaking their Creator and they being cast out of the land of promise. So we are asking the world, and we are asking those that call themselves the children of Israel to witness for their Creator, for all that he has said and for all that he has done. So we ask, have not the black man and woman only been taught religion since the Creator of the heaven and earth cast out his children out of the promised land? And we're going to see who all lean upon their own understanding and who all fear Yahweh and willing to confirm every word that they have learned. Before we get started, I would like to thank the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. We would also like to ask Yahweh to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts to be acceptable in his sight, Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Before we get into this presentation, I would love to warn the people by a few words of wisdom, and then we get right into this presentation. That way I can show the listening audience exactly the spirit of their brother and where this spirit is coming from. For I believe, I know, and I understand that the black man and black woman have only been taught religion since the Israelites broke the covenant, the statutes of life in the land of promise, and they were cast out. To where? They was cast out to religion. Let us please turn our scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Let's install a few words of wisdom, a few words of fear. That way maybe we will confirm what we see this day. So let's turn our scriptures to Proverbs 3 first. And again, it continues to tell us in Proverbs 3, if we start at the very first verse, and it reads, my son and daughter, because this question is to man and woman, my son and daughter, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shalt thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us in the book of wisdom, by way of warning, if we turn to the 6th chapter of Proverbs, and it tells us in the 6th chapter of Proverbs, if we take a look at the 20th verse to the 23rd verse, these words. My son and daughter, keep thy father's commandment, and forsake not the law of thy mother. Bind them continually upon thy heart, and tie them about thy neck. When thou goest, it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. And when thou awakest, it shall talk with thee. For the commandment is a lamp or a candle, and the law is light. And reproofs of instruction are the way of life. It also tells us in the 8th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 4th verse, and it tells us by way of warning, if we pick up at the 4th verse, and it reads to the 13th verse, and to you, O men, I have called, and my voice is to the sons of men. O ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right things. For my mouth shall speak truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain to him that understands, and right to them that find knowledge. Receive my instruction, and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to wisdom. Our wisdom dwell with prudence and find out knowledge of witty inventions. And religion is truly a witty invention. The last verse that I will read in this chapter is the 13th verse, and it tells us, the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil, pride, arrogancy, and the evil way. And the forward mouth do I hate. A forward mouth is definitely one that adds. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 22nd chapter of Proverbs, by way of warning, that way we will be ready to hear these words that I'm going to bring forth to prove without a shadow of a doubt, since the Israelites broke the statutes of life, they have only been under the statutes of death, which is known to many of us religion, man theology. The 22nd chapter of Proverbs tells us, if we pick up at the 17th verse and read to the 21st verse, these words: bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart into my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to thee. Have not I written to thee excellent things in counsel and knowledge? And thus the things we will go over is considered pure, excellent things. Things and counsel and knowledge is what we about to bring forth. And if you truly fear Yahweh and truly have avowed to depart from evil, you must confirm every one of these words, and you must confirm that this is truth, what we will bring out today. It tells us in the 21st verse, which will be the last verse I will read, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mightest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee. And lastly, let's turn to Proverbs 30. In closing of the warning to the listening audience, that ye may lend an ear, that ye may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Let us all turn to Proverbs 30. And let's pick up at the 2nd verse. And it reads to the 14th verse in this wise: surely I am more brutish than any man, and have not the understanding of a man. I neither learnt wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy. Who have ascended up into heaven, or descended? Who have gathered the wind in his fists? who have bound the waters in a garment, who have established all the ends of the earth. What is his name? And what is his son's name? If thou canst tell. Every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar, or thy be found one that is known as doing religion, or man theology, or leaning on their own imagination. Again, it tells us in the 6th verse, add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me not, deny me them not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty or riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee, and say, who is Yahweh? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my Elohim in vain. Accuse not a servant unto his master, lest he curse thee, and thy be found guilty. There is a generation that curses their father and does not bless their mother. There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filth. There is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. There is a generation whose teeth are as swords, and their jaw teeth as knives, to devour the poor from off the earth, and the needy from among men. Let us jump straight into this presentation by going to the book of the law. Let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. We will use this book of the law to establish our point, to establish how a people that once possessed the statutes of life forsook those statutes and became under the statutes of death. And once we display this, we will show by way of scriptures what these statutes of death denoted. And then we will compare, because we always trying to make a difference. We always trying to show our brothers and sisters the difference between the holy and the unholy, between the good and the ungood, between death and life. So we're going to start by taking the listening audience to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. We're going to build our case off of what was said. We're supposed to trust Yahweh in all that he said. He said all these words are perfect, pure. So we're going to do it by way of Deuteronomy, and we're going to establish this truth by the book of Deuteronomy. Thus, let us all find ourselves in the 4th chapter, and let's pick up at the very first verse. And we're going to read to the 20th verse. Thus it reads. And please pay attention. That way you will be able to make a distinction. You will actually be able to see how they looked when they were under life and how they will look once they forsake life and find themselves under death. And under that death, you will see exactly their worship. And their worship will be known as man theology, or what we call today religion, which is broken down to serving wood and stone. Let's read. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 4:1. Now, therefore, hearken, O Israel, into the statutes and into the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live, and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohim of your fathers give you. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Yahweh did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, or Baal Peor, should I have said, Yahweh thy Elohim hath destroyed them from among you. But ye that cleave into Yahweh your Elohim are alive, every one of you this day. The 5th verse reads, Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim commanded me, that ye should do so in the land, whether ye go to possess it. Note, at this time, they are not in that land. They are in the wilderness, but they are being told what will befall them. And what will befall them denotes life. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes. Note where you're going to be at when they hear them. Note what you're going to be under when they hear them. You're going to be under the covenant of the law in your land, doing all that your master have commanded thee. Thus it reads, again in the 6th verse, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes, and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Note that it's talking about the whole nation. Note that it's talking about with these people in the land as a whole is known as a great nation, a wise and understanding people. Well, today we got people teaching that we are a nation today, and we are scattered. We ain't even in our land, but they teach we are a nation. And this teaching that we are a nation of people in the midst of our enemies, scattered on the four corners of the earth, only come by way of religion. It only come by way of man theology. We will not find that written nor taught under the statutes of life. Thus, it tells us in the 7th verse, for what nation, note the nation, those that went in the land of promise and eating the statutes of life. It says, for what nation is there so great who have Elohim so night into them? Well, they say we're a nation today. Well, how night is he? How night is the creator of the heaven and earth into thee this day? It will prove that you're not a nation. It will prove that it's not talking about you and I today finding ourselves in the enemy's land being servants and afflicted. Thus it reads, for what nation is there so great who have Elohim so night into them, as Yahweh our Elohim is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law? That's a question, and I would love for you to answer it. Because if you truly answer it, you're going to say there's none on the face of the earth today. Well, if that is true, what have the black man and black woman been taught thus far? Since the children in Israel broke this covenant of life and been cast out of the land of promise, what have the black man and woman been taught? Is it not religion? It was not this. It's not this. And anything other than the word of the creator of the heaven and earth is religion. It is man theology. It is what you and your brothers and sisters have conjured up. And we got examples of our fathers doing that, so it ain't nothing new under the sun. It tells us in closing of the 8th verse, so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day. Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the thing which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Aubrey, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. There is only one truth. There is only one set of statutes of life. And based on witnessing the scriptures of truth, there was only one people that had it. And all the other nations will hear about it. Well, where's that nation today? Where is those statutes of life today? Where is the people that is a recipient of doing those statutes, those laws, those judgments? Because if they truly doing them and living therein, then there should be a nation a people set up on this earth today that not just you and me, but all the nations should be able to hear and see. But there is not. So if there is not, what are the people under today? What have they been taught even to this day? Is it not religion? It can't be these words. Anything other than these words are man theology. Anything other than these words are religion. Anything other than these words is one serving wood and stone that denote only idolatry. Religion is a worship and practice of idolatry. Thus, it tells us, I think I left off, the 8th verse, the 9th verse, nope, I left off. Yes, the 9th verse read, only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest I forget the things which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life, but teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Horeb, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days they shall live upon the earth, that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire into the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And Yahweh speak unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Only ye heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them. Why? And where? In the land, whether ye go over to possess it. And then it tells us what was told to the Israelites in the 15th verse. It says, take ye therefore good heed to yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh speak unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creep on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water beneath the earth. And lest I lift up thy eyes into heaven, and when thou see the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, should be driven to worship. Note, worship, religion, it says, man theology, it says, should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahweh thy Elohim have divided into all nations under the whole heaven. But Yahweh have taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be into him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. And as we read according to time and place, it would be as they was that day. It ain't as we are today, because today we are not in the land of promise, nor under the statutes of life. We find ourselves in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted, under their rule, serving and worshiping their gods. Even if it was the moon god, even if it was the sun god, even if it was the likeness of fish or the likeness of man, that is what you find yourself under today. Thus it tells us, but Yahweh hath taken you, brought you forth out the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 23rd verse, and it tells us in the Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 23rd verse, these words: take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of Yahweh your Elohim, which he made with you, and made you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which Yahweh thy Elohim hath forbidden thee. For Yahweh thy Elohim is a consuming fire, even a jealous Elohim. When thou shalt beget children and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves and make a thing, and make a graven image or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim, to provoke him to anger, I call heaven, please take note, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whereinto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. And Yahweh, please take note, shall scatter you among the nations. To be a nation, to be under the covenant of the law, to be under the statutes of life, to be under the pure words of Yahweh, or does it read, and Yahweh shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, wherever Yahweh shall lead you. And what else? And there ye shall serve gods, not Yahweh, idols, images. You will be inquiring of how they served their little god and the image that they made. It says, and there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. For today, that denotes every religion upon the face of the earth. For all these religions have an image. And the men theology have created the words for that image. And they have fed you and I the words for that image. And it is called worshiping. It is called religion. It is called serving wood and stone while you find your butt in your enemy's land, being servants and afflicted. Thus it continued to tell us in the book of the law. If we turn our scriptures to the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy. We are establishing the answer to our presentation title and the question that is applied. Have not the black man and woman only been taught religion since the Israelites has been cast out of their land? And the answer, as we can see with our own eyes, is absolutely yes. We have only been taught religion because that is the only thing we find ourselves under in our enemy's land, that which they serve, wood and stone. And mind you, your Creator said, when you break the statutes of life, when you break this covenant of the law, I will send you. I will scatter you into the enemy's land, and there ye shall serve wood and stone, as we are, even to this day. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And let's make a distinction, just in case the people is not keeping up with us. Let's make a distinction. Let's read Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, but let's start off at the first verse. That way we fair. That way we can show the difference. Because if you were under the covenant of the law, in the land of promise, doing it, then this is the light that should shine upon you, as we read in Deuteronomy 4, where it says all the other nations will say, whoa, what a wise and understanding people is this, that have Yahweh Elohim so nigh into them in all that they call upon them for, because they bless, because they are doing all that their Creator told them to do in the land of promise. So it's a light. It's a perfect shining that will be on them, that the whole earth can see. Well, today, they look pretty dim because there is no nation set up under the statutes of life. So what are they under? The statutes of death that denote religion, worshiping wood and stone. The likeness of anything. It could be man, it could be woman, it could be a rock, it could be wood, it could be fish, anything that is religion, that is man theology, and it is denoted as idolatry. So it tells us in Deuteronomy 28th chapter, if we pick up the first verse, and let's read these great blessings. Let's read that which should be on a righteous people in their land under the statutes of life. And then we will read what the Almighty pronounced against those people if they forsook it. And then we're going to look at that light that should be on them. And we will find that light denote darkness. That light denote death. That light denote adding and taking away. That light denote man leaning on his own understanding. That light denote man theology. That light denote religion. That light denote serving wood and stone. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 28:1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that Yahweh thy Elohim will set thee on high, above all nations. Every word of Elohim is pure. You are not to add nor diminish. The second verse reads, and all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Please take note of this, because the Almighty said, just like I promised these blessings, so have I promised this curse. Just like these blessings shall overtake thee, so shall the curse. 1 second, please. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, brother, shalom. You know me, always a step behind class.
Well, you ain't calling the name. You ain't calling the class. 701-791-9521. You call my phone.
Okay, my brother. Okay, thank you.
All right, shalom.
Good. Shalom.
Sorry about that. It tells us, Israel, I left off, and I talked about take note of the word overtake thee, because just like the Almighty promised these blessings shall overtake the obedient, does he also promised that these curses will overtake the disobedient. He do not mix his blessings with sorrow. Thus it tells us in the third verse, blessed shall thy be in the city, blessed shall thy be in the field, blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flock of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shall thy be when thou comest in, and blessed shall thy be when thou goest out. Yahweh shall cause thy enemies to rise up against thee, to be smitten before thy eye, or before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way, and flee before thee 7 ways. Yahweh shall command the blessing upon thee, and thy storehouses, and all that thou settest thy hand into. And he shall bless thee in the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. Yahweh shall establish thee an holy people unto himself. Note, as he has sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of Yahweh thy Elohim and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of Yahweh, and they shall be afraid of thee. Well, today ain't nobody afraid of you. Could it be because don't nobody consider you as the nation of Yahweh? Because they do not see you being governed by the statutes of light in your land, in your kingdom, in your country, but instead they see your butt in their land, being servants and afflicted. And when you are serving, and when you are being afflicted, 99.9 of the time you are worshiping the same damn God they are worshiping. Prove your brother wrong. Let's read. it tells us in the 11th verse, and Yahweh shall make thee plenteous in good, in the fruit of thy body, in the fruit of thy cattle, in the fruit of thy ground. You ain't even got no ground. You're in the enemy's land. It says, in the land which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Yahweh shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain into thy land, not your enemy land, in his season, and to bless all the work of thy hand. And thou shalt lend into many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And Yahweh shall make thee the head, and not the tail. We know where we are. And thou shalt be above, and thou shalt not be beneath, if that thou hearken into the commandments of Yahweh thy Elohim, which I command thee this day, to observe and to do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words. You are not to add or take away. Adding and taking away denotes you leaning upon your own understanding. Adding and taking away denotes your devices. Adding and taking away denote your words. Thus it says, thou shalt not go aside from any of the words, any, which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left. Because when you do that, it allows us to know to go after other gods to serve them. The 15th verse, and that's where I will stop and go deeper into the book. But the 15th verse says, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken into the voice, you add, you take away of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all, not some, not the best you can, but all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Well, what curses that was told to befall them that will denote them practicing religion? It tells us, if we take a look, while we're still in the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, let's please take a look at the 36th verse. The 36th verse. And what do we find in the 36th verse? It reads, Yahweh shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, into a nation. This is talking about the curses overtaking thee. So we know what we just read did not denote Yahweh bringing us into our country, into the land of promise, not into the land where we became a nation, but it reads, Yahweh shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, into a nation, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there you might serve gods, wood and stone. That is not what is written. It reads. And please remember, it is reading from where the Almighty said these curses will overtake thee. Well, what will overtake you? it reads again, Israel. There, the last sentence of the 36th verse, there shall thou serve other gods. This is going to overtake you. Wood and stone. And we know that that is truly a truth. Because idolatry, religion, worshiping anything other than the Creator is all that has befelled us since the Israelites have been cast out of the land of promise. That's all we have ever been introduced to. That's all that we have ever done. We even got people today saying that, well, we coming out of that. And now we in the light. I've been in this light for 20 years. I've been in this walk for 40 years. Well, what walk in light are you in? Because there's only one light. We just read in Proverbs 6, dealing with the candle, the light. These words are excellent words. You can't add to them to make it better. You can't take away from them to make it better for you. You are to fear him and depart from whatever little evil that you are doing. And most times, the evil we find ourselves doing is under what has been taught to us by way of religion. I don't care if you call it Christianity. I don't care if you call it Islam. I don't care if you call it Rastafarianism. I don't care if you call it Israelitism, whatever. All of those are nothing but religion. They are add-ons and taken away. It is a way of practice. It is a way of worship, which denotes nothing but religion. Man theology, not the word of your Creator. Thus, it continues to tell us, if we take a look at the 58th verse of the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, because at the 36th verse, it allowed the Israelites to know how these curses will overtake them. It was going to start in their land, the same land where they forsook the covenant of the law. That's where these curses was going to start and overtake you to the extent that the Almighty was going to cast you out on the four corners of the earth where you find yourself this day. And when you find yourself on the four corners of the earth, cast out of the land of promise, because your fathers have broken the covenant of the law, you will find yourself overtaken by religion, by the theology of your enemies, until you are saved out of it. Thus it reads in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Let's take a look at the 58th verse. And it reads, if thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear. See, when you confirm every word, when you do every word It is a witness for you that you truly fear your Maker. It tells us that thou mayest fear his glorious and fearful name, Yahweh thy Elohim. Then Yahweh will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sicknesses, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave into thee. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, them will Yahweh bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. And many of us that have never been in the land of promise, that has never been under the statutes of life, we know all of these sicknesses and all of these diseases that has befallen us, that has befallen our fathers, our mothers, our grandfathers, our grandmothers, even ourselves and our children. We know what we endure each and every day since we've been in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted. And it sounds like it matches every word that we have read thus far. But it continues to tell us and allow us to know one of those diseases, one of those great plagues will denote you practicing religion in your enemy's land. Thus it continues to warn our fathers when they were in the wilderness with their Creator under the covenant of the law. And it reads, again, in the 61st verse, also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, them will Yahweh bring upon thee, like COVID-19 and any other one you could think of, until thou be destroyed. And ye shall be left few in number. Left few where? In the land of your enemies. Whereas you were as the stars of heaven for multitude. Why? Because thou would not obey the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim. That is the only reason why you find yourself serving wood and stone. That is the only reason why you find yourself under man theology and religion. Because you refuse to serve Yahweh. In the land of peace, under righteousness, being blessed, you refuse. So the Almighty said, I got something better for you then. You don't want to serve me? Go serve your enemy. He didn't never say, well, don't worry about it. I just send you to your enemy's land, and y'all that want to serve me there, and y'all that don't, just serve the enemy. That will never be found. But what is found and what we must fear is these words. And it says, in the 63rd verse, and it shall come to pass that as Yahweh rejoiced over you to do you good. We just read that. The Almighty said, if you obey, that the blessings will overtake you. He said, if you didn't obey, the curse will overtake you. Thus it reads. So Yahweh will rejoice over you to destroy you. And how will he destroy you? It reads, to bring you to naught, and ye shall be plucked from off the land whither thou goes to possess it. And Yahweh shall scatter thee among all people. Well, all people is on the four corners of the earth. It reads, from one end of the earth even into the other. And there, wherever you find your butt today, it says, thou shalt serve other gods. The lowercase gods, that which created nothing. It reads, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thy nor thy fathers have known. What do they consist of, Yahweh? It reads, even wood and stone. And don't forget what it read in Deuteronomy 4, even the moon, the stars, the fishes, the likeness of male or female. Well, today, is that not what we find ourselves worshiping? Are we not worshiping the fish? Are we not worshiping man? Are we not worshiping women? Are we not worshiping the sun, the moon, the stars, and any other thing you can come up with? It continues to tell us, Israel, and among these nations, these graves that we're going to find ourselves in from the day that we were cast out of the land of the living, from the day that we stopped living and became dead, and we was found in these men lands that is denoted as a grave. It reads, and among these nations shall thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But Yahweh shall give thee there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind, and thy life shall hang in doubt. Sound like religion to me. Before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of thy life. Well, in these forms of religion, they telling you to come in here. They promising you life. But all you have been a recipient of is death. Well, each and every week, you done walked in that religion. All you've been a recipient of is death. They promise you your life, though. But the Almighty saying their promise is vain. For it tells us in the 66th verse, and thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, while you find your butt under religion. And thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of thy life, while you find your butt serving wood and stone in the enemy's land. And in the morning thou shalt say, with Elohim it was even. And at even thou shalt say, with Elohim it was morning. for the fear of thy heart, wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thy eyes, which thou shalt see. And Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I speak unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold into your enemies, for bondsmen and bondswomen, and no man shall buy you. No man shall redeem you, and you have not been redeemed. Thus you find yourself in the enemy's land, being a bondsman and a bondswoman under their religion. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, let's go to the book of Jeremiah, and let's take a look at the 16th chapter. And let's see, did Yahweh change from anything that he said would befall the children of Israel if they broke the covenant of the law? Jeremiah, the 16th chapter. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 16th chapter, let's pick up at the 10th verse. Jeremiah, the 16th chapter. Let's pick up at the 10th verse. And it reads, and it shall come to pass, when thou shalt show this people all these words, and they shall say unto thee, wherefore have Yahweh pronounced all this great evil against us? The curse is truly evil. And or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against Yahweh our Elohim? Then shall thou say unto them, because your fathers have forsaken me, said Yahweh, and have walked after other gods, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my law. That's the punishment. That is the indictment. Not the punishment, it's the indictment. It is what our fathers did. So take note of that and have an understanding that that's what's going to befall you. You don't want to serve me, so I'm going to have you serving your enemy. When you were in my land, you didn't want to serve me. You wanted to serve wood and stone. So I'm going to give you that. So much that you're going to find yourself in the earth wishing that you was never under a religion. And the Almighty going to come, if you are alive and part of the remnant, the Almighty going to come and save you out of religion, out of serving wood and stone, out from man theology. Thus it continued to read. In the 12th verse, And ye have done worse than your fathers. For behold, ye walk every one after the imagination, man theology. The whole earth was destroyed before because of the imagination of man was only evil. Thus it tells us, and ye have done worse than your fathers, for behold, ye walk every one after the imagination of his evil heart, that they may not hearken unto me. Therefore, the reason why will I cast you out of this land, into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers. And there, where you find your butt today, and there shall ye serve other gods, day and night. Well, is Yahweh going to be with us? Is Yahweh cool with it? It tells us, where I will not show you favor. And that's why a lot of our brothers and sisters that are teachers of religion is not being shown any favor. Matter of fact, they are being reproved this day. And reproof and instructions is the way of life. It continues to tell us, therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that it shall no more be said, Yahweh lived that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but Yahweh liveth that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the lands whether they have been driven, whether he have driven them. And there they were serving wood and stone. There they were under religion. And I will bring them again into their land that I gave into their fathers. Behold, I will send many fishers, said Yahweh, and they shall fish them. And after I will send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of holes of the rocks. And that's where we find ourselves most times, in these churches, in these congregations, in these mosques, in these cadasses, calling ourselves worshiping. It says, for my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from my eyes. And first I will recompense their iniquity and their sin double, because they have defiled my land, and they have defiled my inheritance with their carcasses of their detestable and abominable things. Yahweh, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. Well, are we not being servants and afflicted? Do we not need and wait and hope in Yahweh, which is our strength, which is our fortress, which is our refuge, and he will save us? Thus it reads again in the 19th verse, O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come into thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our father has inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. Shall a man make gods unto himself? We have, so have our enemies. And they are no God. Absolutely. Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know my hand and my might. and they shall know that my name is Yahweh. Because you're going to find yourself being afflicted, being in hell, serving wood and stone, being in the midst of no judgment. And if it is judgment, it is wrong judgment, because you are going to be serving wood and stone, which denotes nothing but your brothers and your sisters, the enemy thought, their imagination, what they have conjured up, the words that they have put together for their gods. Because don't forget, the God can't move. The God can't talk. So when you find yourself in these buildings, that man that is standing before you is speaking for the God. He is speaking for the religion. He is teaching you and promising you life when there is no life. In the midst of death, in the midst of serving wood and stone. Thus it tells us, if we go back to Deuteronomy 28, and let's take a look at the 45th verse. Deuteronomy 28, the 45th verse. And let's read to the 50th verse. And it reads, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed. Why? Because thy hearkenest not into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Why? Because thou servest not. Please take note why you find yourself in the enemy land, and no matter what they teach you, it's nothing but religion. For it tells us, because thy, talking about your fathers, serve not Yahweh thy Elohim with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Because don't forget, as long as you was obedient, you were blessed, and those blessings overtook you. The only reason you're going to find yourself kicked out the land of promise, in the land, in the hands of your enemy, being servants and afflicted, is only because you have broken the covenant of the law. That is the only reason. That is the only reason you will find yourself where the curses have overtaken thee. And you will find yourself in a land serving wood and stone. It tells us in the 48th verse, therefore shalt thou serve thy enemy, which Yahweh shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness, and note, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck. Well, I swear we came here with yokes of wood, yokes of iron upon our necks. It continued to read, until he have destroyed thee. Well, I think we have been destroyed, because you got a brother today bringing out all that we have learned from the time Yahweh have cast out his children out of the land of promise, have only been idolatry. It has only been man theology. It have only been religion which have destroyed us. It ain't saved us. None of these religions have saved us. Every time you come out of that building, you are back in the same state of affliction, needing to be saved. We have no assurance of our life. Every day we leave out them buildings, have no assurance of our life nor our children. Because these words are true. And I don't care what you believe, you can't take these words away. And I bet you those signs be upon you. The 49th verse says, and Yahweh will bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. But they're going to teach you. They're going to teach you to understand it. And they're going to teach you to teach your brothers to understand it. It says, I'll stop at the 50th verse, a nation of furious countenance, which shall not regard the persons of the old, they don't care how old you are, nor show favor to the youth. They don't care how young you are. They are killing us coming from the womb. It also tells us, if we go back to Jeremiah, and let's take a look at the 15th chapter of Jeremiah. And it reads, let's pick up at the first verse. Then said Yahweh unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people. Cast them out of my sight, and let them go forth. And it shall come to pass, if they say unto thee, whither shall we go forth? Then thou shalt tell them, thus saith Yahweh, such as are for death, that's where you're going forth, to death, and such as are for the sword, to the sword, and such as are for the famine, to the famine, and such as are for the captivity, to the captivity. And I will point over them 4 kinds, said Yahweh, the sword to slay, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the heaven, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh and the son of Hilkiah, king of Yehudah, for that which he did in Jerusalem. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thy does? Thou hast forsaken me, said Yahweh. Thou art gone backwards. Therefore will I stretch out my hand against thee and destroy thee. I am weary with repenting, and I will fan them with a fan in the gates of the land. I will bereave them of children. I will destroy my people, since they return not from their ways. Their widows are increased, to me above the sand of the seas. I have brought upon them against the mother of the young men a spoiler at noonday. I have caused him to fall upon it suddenly, and terror upon the city. She that had borne 7 languish. She hath given up the ghost. Her son is gone down while it was yet day. She hath been ashamed and confounded, and the residue of them will I deliver to the sword before their enemies, said Yahweh. Woe is me, my mother, that thou hast bared me a man of strife and a man of contention to the whole earth. I have neither lent on usury, nor men have I lent to me on usury, yet every one of them does curse me. Yahweh said, verily, it shall be well with thy remnant. Verily, I will cause the enemy to entreat thee well in the time of evil, and in the time of affliction. Shall iron break the northern iron and the steel? Thy substance and thy treasures will I give to the spoil without price. And that for all thy sins, even in all thy borders. And I will make thee to pass with thy enemies into a land which thou knowest not. For a fire is kindled in my anger, which shall burn upon you. Yahweh, thou knowest, remember me and visit me and revenge me of my prosecutors. Take me not away in thy long suffering. Know that for thy sake I have suffered rebuke. Thy words was found, and we eating them right now, and I did eat them. And thy words was into me the joy and rejoicing of my heart. For I am called by thy name, Yahweh Elohim of hosts. I sat not in the assembly of the mockers, nor those that practice religion. It reads, I sat not in the assembly of mockers, nor rejoice I, nor rejoice. I sat alone, because thy hand, for thou hast filled me with indignation. Why is my pain perpetual and my wound incurable, which refuse to be healed? Will thou be altogether unto me as a liar, or as water that fails? Therefore thus said Yahweh, if thou return, then will I bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. And if thou take forth the precious from the vial, which we are trying to do today, we're trying to take the precious out of the mouth in the hands of our brothers and sisters that is willingly practicing religion, doing their own thing, taking away from the word and adding to the word. The scripture tells Jeremiah, again in the 19th verse, if thou return, then will I bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. If thou take forth the precious from the vial, and shall be as my mouth, let them return into thee. These words that we are bringing forth, but return not thy into them. Do not sit with the scorner. Do not sit with the mocker. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil, even if you have to sit alone. it tells us, and I will make thee into this people a fenced brazen wall, and they shall fight against thee. We ain't going with that, brother. We're going to do what we think we're supposed to do. Damn what you just brought forth. It tells us, and they shall fight against thee, but they shall not prevail against thee. Why not? Because you're going to be able to show them every chapter and every verse to prove without a doubt that they are truly practicing religion. It says, they shall not prevail against thee, for I am with thee to save thee, to deliver thee, said Yahweh. And I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem thee out of the hand of the terrible. And that's exactly what we need. We need to be saved out of this. It also tells us, if we take a look at Ezekiel, the 26th Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter. Let's go to Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter. Let's see, can we continue to denote and prove that the black man and woman have only been taught religion since Yahweh cast his children out of their land, out of the promised land. Man, being black, has only been taught religion. Religion is anything other than what Yahweh said. Religion denotes the worship. We hear people saying they worshiping Yahweh today. Well, they were saying that in the land, and they wasn't worshiping Yahweh. They used his name. They was doing something, but it wasn't for Yahweh, as Yahweh declared. Well, today we find ourselves in the same situation. We just ain't in the land. And we are actually committing and practicing idolatry by way of religion based on a curse that have been put upon us. This curse denotes punishment. So we are punished by way of religion. And we must be saved out of it. And guess what? When we saved out of it, the Almighty bring us back under the statutes of life. We're going to forsake all the imaginations of our hearts. We're going to forsake that which we did while we found ourselves being in the enemy's land, being a servant and afflicted. Because we're going to be saved out of that, cleaned up, and brought back under the bond of the covenant, which denotes nothing but the statutes of life and the voice of our Elohim. Religion does not denote nor establish the voice of Yahweh, our Elohim. Ezekiel 22, if we pick up at the 6th verse, it tells us, these words. Behold, the prince of Israel, everyone were in thee to their power to shed blood. It says, behold, the prince of Israel, everyone, wherein thee to their power to shed blood. In thee have they set light by their father and mother. In the midst of thee have they dealt by oppression with the stranger. In thee have they vexed the fatherless and the widow. Well, we do that today under our forms of religion. It continued to tell us, thou hast despised my holy things, and hast profaned my Sabbaths. And thee are men that carry tales to shed blood. And thee they eat upon the mountains. In the midst of thee they commit lawlessness. All these things that we're reading in the book of Ezekiel is what our fathers did. And it allows us to know that Yahweh was right when he cast them out of his land, because it is a proof that they have broken the covenant of the law. They are doing the opposite of the covenant of the law. Thus it continues to read in the 10th verse. And thee have they discovered their father's nakedness. And thee have they humbled her that was set apart for pollution. And one hath committed abomination with his neighbor's wife, and another have lawfully defiled his daughter-in-law, and another in thee have humbled his sister, his father's daughter. And thee have they taken gifts to shed blood. Thou hast taken usury in increase, and thou hast greedily gained of thy neighbors. And that's what our fathers was doing, and that was the reason why they got cast out of that great land. And our brothers find themselves today doing the same thing under their religion. These same infractions toward the law under their religion. They stealing, they changing up the statutes and the ordinances by way dealing with tithes and offerings and judgments and all that. They doing it their own way, because that's what religion is. Man theology. It's something that y'all have conjured up. It's something that you are doing and practicing based on your house and based on your rules. It continued to tell us in this 12th verse of Ezekiel 22, that last sentence says, by extortion, and has forgotten me, said Yahweh. It continued to tell us, behold, therefore I have smitten my hand at thy dishonest gain, which thou hast made, and at thy blood, which have been in the midst of thee. Can thy heart endure, or can thy hands be strong in the days that I shall deal with thee? The answer is no. I, Yahweh, have spoken it and will do it. I'll end with this 15th verse. Thus it reads, and I will scatter thee among the heathen, and disperse thee in the countries, and will consume thy filthiness out of thee. So long as you find your butt in the enemy's land, it is a way that Yahweh is purging the iniquities of your fathers out of you. And you're going to be saved. You're going to be saved, and you're going to be cleaned up. But while you find your butt in the enemy's land, it does have a lot to do with consuming thy filthiness out of thee. The Almighty said he sent us in the enemy's land for our sake, because we should have been like Sodom and Gomorrah. He should have just destroyed us. But for your sake, and because of the promise that he made with your fathers, he did not destroy you. He's going to punish you, but he has not destroyed you. It also allows us to know why the people is in this state, and it has a lot to do with, and it's showing us, or I want to show us with these few chapters and verses I'm about to bring forth, show us what is the opposite of the statutes of life. What will denote religion? Your brother has made a bold claim, so we need to back that claim up by showing the world what denotes religion. Is religion doing what Yahweh said, or is religion doing what man has said and what man has conjured up and what man practices? Thus, let's take a quick look of how we can use these few verses to establish what the word of Yahweh is and the word that will denote religion, that will denote a add-on, or that will denote a diminishing from the words of the creator of the heaven and earth. Because that's the foundation. So let's take a look in the book of Isaiah. Isaiah, the 29th chapter. Isaiah, the 29th chapter. We don't have a lot of scriptures that we can use to show the Israelites practicing religion in the enemy's land. The Almighty just lets us know by his voice what they will be doing in the enemy's land. He ain't got a lot of testimonies in here showing us how our fathers accepted their punishment and how they became vain and how they became under religion and how they served wood and stone in the enemy's land. We don't have testimonies like that. That wasn't Yahweh's will. His will was for the people, the prophets, to declare to his children what would befall them. And then we got scriptures testifying that those things befell them. And then the next story is how they will be saved. So we won't, nor can we actually go in the Bible and show how they actually served wood and stone once they got in the enemy's land. We don't have testimonies like that. It's not written. And we are not to add nor diminish from any of these words. So we're not to add no words in there, nor are we to take any words out of this book. So we read and we declare what is written, what we have in this book before us that we call the scriptures of truth. It tells us in Isaiah 29, allowing us to know a way that we can detect religion and make a difference between religion and the words of the covenant or the words of the creator of the heaven and earth. And I will just use what we find in Isaiah, the 29th chapter. Let's pick up at the 9th verse, and let's read to the 24th verse. For it tells us, stay yourselves and wonder. Cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. This drunkenness denotes how blind and how dark it will be, and how blind and how dark we are this day. It says, they stagger, but not with strong drink. For Yahweh has poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep. And the only way you can wake up out of that is by him alone. He the only one can wake you out of that. He the only one allow us to say what we saying today. When we've been in religion for 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 years. But he waking you up out of that slumber and showing you this. You didn't have it before. You was worshiping, remember? You was going in and out of the congregations and all that, remember? Well, he, the same one that pulled that deep sleep on you, has shown you some light this day. Thus it reads, for Yahweh have poured up upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and have closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, have he covered. Well, hold on then. If all that's covered, what we being taught? What have I been taught the last 20 and 30 and 40 years? When I was walking around here with fringes on and all that, what was I being taught? It can't be the word of Yah. It had to be man theology. It had to be religion. Thus it reads. And the 11th verse. And the vision of all is become into you as the words of a book that is sealed. Do that remind y'all of anybody? Don't it sound like us? Ain't we dealing with a book that has been sealed to us? We've been studying this book for 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 and 100 years, and you still can't see what it says. Could that be because it's sealed? Could that be because Yahweh had put a spirit of deep sleep upon us? Absolutely. And the heaven and the earth is testifying against us today. Because we still reading this and don't understand a word. But Yahweh mercy endures forever. The Almighty said, I'll show mercy to whom I choose to show mercy to. Thus it continues to read. Again, in the 11th verse, and the vision of all is become into you as the words of a book that is sealed. We trying to find a vision. We trying to tell our brothers what's next. We promising our brothers life. We promising our brothers life while we find ourselves in hell. So as we promise and as we talk, we got to run back into the book to try to figure out how we can answer our brothers and sisters. But we know we read in Proverbs 22 that the Almighty has already gave us the excellent things to say. And those excellent things are found in this book. You just got to have the Spirit on you to understand it. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse, and the book is delivered to him that is not learned. Saying, read this, I pray thee. And most times, that's in one of these cults. That's in one of these classes. That's in one of these congregations. That's in one of these churches. That's in one of these cadasses. That's in one of these buildings that we done rented. And we come to our brother and say, read this for us, brother, because you said you already know it. That's why we coming. You've been soliciting it. So we come to you. We say, he know. And you just like the rest of them, adding and taking away, telling us to give him the benefit of the doubt and do the best you can. Well, your vision is no darker than the brother I just left. Let his name be called Israelite, Christian, Rastafarian, Muslim, whatever name you want to apply. It is no lighter than the place I just left. Could it be only because the black man and woman has only been taught religion? It tells us, Israel, in the 13th verse, wherefore Yahweh said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouths, a bunch of mouth lip service, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precepts of man. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Just do the best you can, brother. Well, it's all right that you can't. I know the Almighty said do all, but just do the 6 or 7 that you can do. Don't worry about it. Well, that is called teaching us to fear Yahweh according to your theology, according to your heart, according to your mind, according to the words that come out of your mouth. And it only denotes darkness. It tells us, again, in the 13th verse, wherefore Yahweh said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, let Yahweh be glorified. Let Yahweh be magnified. Give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. Do the best you can. It says, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught in this religion by the precepts of man. The precepts of man is religion. It denotes man theology. Therefore, the reason why, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish. How can you give me a vision? How can you tell me you understand this book? How can you tell me that we under the covenant of the law today when the wisdom has been taken from the wise man? So the people that call themselves wise today, that don't acknowledge and confirm every word that is written, is truly not wise. Nor can they show you the vision of their Creator. And the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. Woe unto them, please take note, that seek deep to hide their counsel. The counsel, their counsel denote man theology from Yahweh. And their works are in the dark. Just do the best you can, brother. And they say, who see us? And who know us? The 16th verse reads, surely you're turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay, for shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Well, that's what most of you are saying every time you add and every time you take away from the maker's word. Or shall the thing framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding? Well, that's what many of our brothers and sisters teach in these classes that denote religion. They come in with their own ways. They have added and they have diminished. So they show that they have no understanding. It Is it not yet very little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field should be esteemed as a forest. And in that day shall the deaf hear the words of the book. Note the day. And the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness. Note the day. The meek also shall increase their joy in Yahweh, and the poor among men shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. For the terrible one is brought to naught, and the scorner is consumed, and all that watch for iniquity are cut off, that make a man an offender for a word, and lay a snare for him that reprove in the gate. Please take note. And turn aside the just, where they wouldn't lay a snare for him that reprove in the gate, if him that is reproving in the gate is not reproving them. If they ain't being reproved, they ain't laying no snare for you. They're agreeing. They saying, hallelujah, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. But the one that don't, the one that is under man theology, the one that is teaching to do the best you can and give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, it lets us know they lay a snare for him that reproves in the gate, and turn aside the jest for a thing of naught. Just give him the benefit of the doubt, brothers and sisters. Just do the best you can. That is more than acceptable. Well, the Almighty said that is a lie. We are using these scriptures to show if man is doing anything, is saying anything other than what Yahweh have commanded to be done and said, it is only their own imagination. It denotes religion. It denotes a practice of worship using your own imagination, adding and taking away from what you find in the scriptures of truth. And the Almighty said, I will show you no favor. Thus it continues to read. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, who redeemed Abraham, concerning the house of Jacob, Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. But when he see his children, the work of my hands, in the midst of him, they shall sanctify my name, and sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and shall fear, as we try to teach you today, the Elohim of Israel. They also that err, all our brothers and sisters that have these classes, that call themselves the teachers of religion, the teachers of the way of life, it says, they also that err in spirit shall come to understanding. So it got to be a bunch of people today on the earth that have erred in spirit. Our spirits are not going to be right as a whole until we are saved. The Almighty said he's going to give the nation a new heart, the nation a new spirit, not an individual, a couple of individuals. This is dealing with the whole nation. They also that err in spirit shall come to understanding. And they that murmur, talk against these words, that tell us, brother, you wrong. We is under the Sabbath. Brother, you wrong. We is supposed to pay tithes. Brother, you wrong. We do supposed to listen to him or her. It says, and they that murmur, that talk against Yahweh's word, shall learn doctrine. Learn these scriptures of truth, and not no religion, not the theology, the imagination of man. And the reason why this condition and why we can prove, I think a couple of the sisters mentioned that at the beginning of our presentation before we start recording, that there is no priest. So how could you actually be under the words of Yah? If the Almighty commanded the priests to teach his children, and ain't no priest here to teach, then you can't be taught the words of Yah. You can't be being taught the statutes of life. What you must be taught is man theology, the thought of your brothers and sisters, and not the thought of your Creator. So it tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Jeremiah, the 18th chapter. And in the 18th verse of the 18th chapter of Jeremiah, it says this. I'll start at the 11th verse. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 18th chapter, 11th verse, now therefore go to speak to the men of Yehudah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, thus saith Yahweh, behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Return ye now every one from his evil way. They in the land. They under the covenant of the law. They are not obeying. Jeremiah is sent to them to tell them to return. And make your ways and your doings good. And you said, as you are saying today, many of you, there is no hope. But we will walk after our own devices, brother. We're going to keep paying tithes. We're going to keep declaring the 6th day, the preparation day. We're going to declare the 7th day is the Sabbath. We're going to declare that you owed up. You better give me that money by way of tithes and offerings. We're going to declare these things to you because we are saying to our Creator, and anybody that tried to rebuke us, there is no hope, brother. But we will walk after our own devices. And we will, everyone, do the imagination of his evil heart. That is religion. Therefore, the reason why, thus said Yahweh, as ye now among the heathen, that's where you're going to find your butt, who have heard such things? The virgin of Israel have done a very horrible thing. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which comes from the rock of the field, or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Because my people have forsaken me. They have burnt incense to vanity. They have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths. There's only one. To walk in paths in a way not cast up. and your brother is calling that religion. To make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing, every one that passed thereby shall be astonished and wag his head. I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them the back and not the face in the day of their calamity. The 18th verse. Then said they, he a liar. That ain't what the book say. We're going to continue to do what we do. Even though Jeremiah said it, we're still going to continue to do what we do. He lying. We do got a priest. I can take you to New York and let you meet him. He lying. We do got the elder. I can take you to Cincinnati and let you meet him. He lying. We do have this, that, and another. Even though Yahweh sending us to show the world what is written, thus it reads. Then said they, come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah. What device could you devise against the word of Yah? Other than your own words. Other than your own opinion. Then say they, come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah, for the law should not perish. Thus you teach, we under the law today. From the priest, well, the law has perished, so has the priest. But that ain't what you're teaching today. Nor the counsel from the wise. Well, the Almighty said, I'm going to take that from the wise. So the wise, who you call wise today, and the counsel they are given is false. It is vanity. You will not prosper. Yahweh said, well, I will show you no favor. That's why whatever your little house is called, that's what it is. And it's been called that ever since you called it that, all the way to this day. And you still ain't saved. They can't even save themselves, but they promising you life. But the Almighty said it's nothing but their thought and their imagination. Thus it ends again in closing of the 18th verse. Then said they, come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah, for the law should not perish from the priests, nor counsel from the wise. Well, our brother Yamin read Psalms 84, and it was talking about no vision. It was talking about asking Yahweh, how long? Because there is no vision. But we got brothers and sisters that got classes, and they swear up and down they got the vision. They swear up and down that they are under the law. They swear up and down that that the priests are among them. They swear up and down having these meetings that the counsel of the wise is with them. And they even got the audacity to say, nor the words from the prophets. So they done call a couple of these brothers and sisters prophets today, even today. In their religion, that is. Come and let us kill the reprover. Come and let us smite him with the tongue. And let us not give heed to any of his words. Nope. What his word denoted. His word denoted that y'all are committing idolatry, that y'all are under some type of religion, some type of worship other than what Yahweh have commanded thee. To the extent you don't want to hear a word what Yahweh said. That's what you read. Because Jeremiah is not coming on his own, nor am I. These ain't my words, nor were they Jeremiah's. So your murmuring must be against the Almighty, even though you hoping like hell it's against your brother. But it's not, because these are not our words. We're just reproving you with these words to show you that the black man and woman have only been taught religion since the Israelites have been cast out of their land. I don't care where you find yourself on the four corners of this earth. You have only been taught religion, and you have only practiced thus. And to this day, because it is commanded, it is a curse that will overtake you until you are saved out of it. And you are not saved out of it, thus we live therein. And religion and man theology. We have no priest. We have no prophet. We have no vision. Especially no vision that you are willing to accept, because you have added and taken away. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Amos, because the Almighty said there will be no vision, that the prophet will be gone. The priest will be gone. He said the priest, the prophet, the king, all of them is in captivity. They're in darkness. They ain't got no vision. They ain't got no light. They ain't got no understanding. They ain't teaching and preaching the statutes of light, because I sent them in the land of their enemy. And there they were commanded by way of a curse to serve wood and stone. And wood and stone in our time is nothing but religion. Thus it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, we turn there, please. And please mind you, in this lesson, I am not pointing the finger at the Christian. I am pointing the finger at anyone that have added and have taken away, that has conjured up their own doings, that have used their mouth and said, Yahweh said, and he have not spoken. That is religion. So I am speaking against all forms of religion. Anything that denote being in your enemy's land, serving wood and stone. That is what your brother talking about. And we all find ourselves in the enemy's land talking about some form of religion. Even though you might not want to admit that, being called Israelites, that, oh, no, everybody else doing religion. We ain't. You are too. Once you add and once you take away. We are reading about your fathers right now. We ain't reading about the enemy. We read about what your fathers will be doing in the land of the enemies under the curse. They will be serving wood and stone until they are saved out of it. There is no nation of Israel set up on the world, in the world, where all the nations can see that Elohim is nigh unto them for all that they have done in obedience. There is no people on the earth this day that fit that scenario. So you must be found in your enemy's land, as you are today, you that call yourself Israel, being servants and afflicted. And your serving is also done in religion. Even if you want to put a Hebrew twist to it, it's still idolatry. It's still religion. There's no one actually teaching the statutes of light. We teach about them. We've been confessed it. We teaching history. We've been confessed it that we are searching this book, trying to find out what Yahweh said and done, and declare these and witness these things to the people. We've been confessed that we done jumped out of those classes. We are no longer following religion, nor any other man. And I just want to say that because we are truly making a distinction between ourselves, the house of Yeshurun, and all these other so-called houses. We are not a teacher of religion. We are one that is reproving religion. So don't get me and what we teach mixed up with the world. We are actually reproving the world. We are the one campaigning to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, while we find ourselves in this gross darkness being lied to. Put down the lie. Quit doing evil and fearing, and depart from evil and wait on your Savior, which is none other than the Creator himself. Anything else is vanity. It tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 11th verse, and this is another proof that we have only been taught religion since the Almighty has cast the Israelites out of their land for breaking the covenant of the law. The black man and black woman have only been taught religion. I don't care where they find themselves on the face of the earth. Thus it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 11th verse, and please write down these comments or these comments that I'm making, and make sure you got your question ready for when I open up this presentation. If you don't fear Yahweh and depart from evil, where you have truly seen the wisdom that has been brought out of this book, then I need you to question me. Do not just put this to the side. Question your brother. Make him prove it. Make him prove without a shadow of a doubt that you have not done anything but religion while you've been in this man's land. While you've been alive on this earth. It tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, 11th verse. Behold, the days come, said your maker, the Creator. I don't care what name you try to give him. I do, but I don't. Because I know who I'm talking about. You can try to slide what I'm saying all you want with different names. I will hurry up and allow you to know exactly who I'm talking about. And I say it every day. The Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is who I'm talking about. I don't care how you try to use the consonants, YHWH. I'm telling you to your face, this man is only witnessing for the Creator of the heaven and earth and the one that created everything therein, even you and I. I don't care what name you try to call to discredit these words. The 11th verse, Amos, the 8th chapter. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh Elohim, that I will send famine in the land. Not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but the hearing, the knowing, the understanding, the words, the true words of Yahweh. And they, you and I, the children of these people that we're reading about, they shall wander from sea to sea. Think about these things and think about what you have done. Have you not wandered from sea to sea? Have you not been a Christian, a Muslim, a Rastafarian, an Israelite, back to a Christian, back to a Muslim, another Israelite? And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro. Have you not been running to and fro in and out of these religions? I used to say, and I still say, when we were Christians, many of you, you thought that the grass was greener on the other side because you had another brother or sister teaching you their theology. So I used to always say, and still say, all that we have done being a Christian, when we found ourselves in the skillet being fried, we jumped out the skillet. And guess where you landed? In the houses of Israel. And what do those houses of Israel denote based on what we have read thus far? Nothing but the fire of Yahweh's wrath. So you left one religion and jumped into another one, which is called many times the houses of Israel. And if I'm a lie, why does the scripture say in the 12th verse, and they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the true word of Yahweh, and shall not find it. Okay then. That sounds like Yahweh backing us up. If you go to these different places and he promised you that you will not find it, well, what did you find? Religion. Man theology. A bunch of people waving at you, telling you to come here, come in here. I will promise you life. And the Almighty said they can't do nothing but show you death. And that's all we have seen. In that day shall the fair virgins and young men, our youth, faint for thirst, not of water, but of hearing the true word of Yahweh. They that swear by the sin of Samaria, another form of idolatry, and say, thy God, O Dan, lives, in the matter of Beersheba live, even they shall fall and never rise up again. And all we just read was how the Almighty indicted our fathers for committing adultery and the punishment that will befall them establishes the same words that we just read in Jeremiah, what we just read in Isaiah 29, because it will be dark. The spirit of darkness will be on these people, where they will be walking around and teaching like a man groping against a wall, like a blind man groping up against a wall, trying to find his way. That's how they will be taught in this form of religion, because the Almighty has punished them and closed their eyes to the truth. So if their eyes closed to the truth, what are they teaching us? It can't be truth. It got to be a lie. It got to be their theology. It got to be religion. It has to be a worship of some form of wood and stone. It has to be. Or you are calling your Creator a liar. Just where you can do what you want to do and continue on doing what you're doing. Same way they said to Jeremiah in Jeremiah 18:18. You're a liar. But that man was telling the truth. Just like we are showing this day the truth. It tells us, Israel, before I show how we will be saved out of this, I want to put a couple more emphasis to make sure we understand anything that we have been taught in a form of praising Yahweh and worshiping Yahweh is nothing but religion. It is man theology, and you will not find it in this book or this scripture of truth. Let's take a quick look in the book of Ezekiel, the 7th chapter. Ezekiel, the 7th chapter, sorry. Ezekiel, the 7th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 7th chapter, if we pick up at the 24th verse, these words. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. Like I stated, it starts in your land, and it works out to where you have been scattered. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction comes, and they shall seek peace. No matter what is declared, no matter what we endure, we constantly hear people talking about Shabbat Shalom. We constantly hear people saying, I'm not cursed, but you ain't at home either. You find yourself in another man's land, being a servant and afflicted, all under his laws, living therein. But you will readily tell us, I'm not cursed. I got peace. Thus it tells us in Ezekiel, the 7th chapter, the 25th verse, destruction comes, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none. Mischief shall come upon mischief, and rumor shall be upon rumor. Then shall they seek a vision of the prophet. But the law shall perish. Well, I don't think you're going to have a vision It reads, from the priests and counsel from the ancient. Same thing Jeremiah said, same thing Isaiah said. Here come another major prophet telling us the exact same words. The king shall mourn, and the prince shall be clothed with desolation. And we're here today. We just don't know who we are, but we definitely know what we wear. It says, and the hands of the people of the land shall be troubled. I will do unto them after their way, and according to their deserts will I judge them. Well, did not we read, if they break the law and start serving other gods, that he will cast us out of that land into a land that is not ours and have us serving wood and stone? Is that not what we just read in the 27th verse of Ezekiel, the 7th chapter? Let's read it one more time. The king shall mourn, the prince shall be clothed with desolation, and the hands of the people of the land shall be troubled. I will do unto them after their way, and according to their desert, or according to their doings, will I judge them. And they shall know that I am Yahweh. Soon you admit what you are actually under. Soon you understand what you are actually doing, you will know Yahweh, because he said it and he has done it. Let's take a quick look at Psalms 74. Psalm 74. And Psalm 74 tells us, and these are just a few scriptures that I have selected to use in this presentation. I have many more. The whole book, actually, because that's what it's talking about. It's talking, the whole book is a history of Elohim and his people, how they obeyed and how they didn't obey. That's what the whole book is about. So I got the whole book, but we don't do the time restraint. We can't use the whole book. But you can believe and rest assured, we can use the rest of the book for any of your comments or questions. Psalms 74. And it reads to the 12th verse. O Elohim, why hast thou cast us off forever? Because it's been a long time. All I know is darkness. From the day I was born. Why does thy anger smoke against the sheep of thy pastor? Well, the sheep of Yahweh pastor is men. Remember thy congregation, which thou hast worshipped of old. The rod of thy inheritance, which thou hast redeemed, this Mount Zion, wherein thou hast dwelt. Lift up thy feet into the perpetual desolations, even all that the enemy have done wickedly in the sanctuary. Thy enemies roar in the midst of thy congregations. They set up their ensigns for signs. A man was famous according as he lifted up axes upon the thick trees. But now they break down the carved work thereof at once with axes and hammers. They have cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of thy name to the ground. They said in their heart, let us destroy them. together. They have burnt up all the synagogues of Elohim in the land. Note the 9th verse. As we see today, it reads, we see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that know how long. And we got people that say, I'm a priest. They got people saying, I'm a prophet. They got people saying, I'm this, I'm that. And they keep on promising us life, and all we see is death. They keep acting like they know how long. They come out talking about what 2019 we out of here. 2000 we out of here. 2025 we out of here. We just keep coming up with all these dates and psyching the people out only because it says in the 9th verse, we see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, even though we got people keep saying, well, this man a prophet, this lady a prophetess, this man a prophet. We know, based on the words of Yah, trusting in Yah, there is no prophet today. Neither is there among us any that know how long. Now, you want to prove your brother wrong? Come on the question and comment part and prove to us that there is a prophet, and prove to us that you know how long. How long will we continue to endure in this darkness under religion? Please. Because you would truly be showing Yahweh as a liar. It continued to tell us, Israel, O Elohim, the 10th verse of the 74th chapter of Psalm, O Elohim, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? Long as you serving him, and long as you find yourself under some form of religion, that's exactly what's going on. Even you are blaspheming his name with your teaching. Why withdrawest thy hand, even thy right hand? Pluck it out of thy bosom. For Elohim is my king of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. And that's all we're waiting for. We understand how dark it is. We understand that we cursed. We understand that all we have been taught since we have been cast out from the presence of our Creator is nothing but religion. But we also understand, we that fear him and refuse to do evil, that we know that Yahweh, our King, will work salvation in the midst of the earth and save us. Thus, it tells us in Isaiah 54. Let's go there right quick. Isaiah 54. And what do we find here? The sure mercy of Yahweh. I love to tell his children, even though these words we read are words of damnation, these words are words of curses, but I always teach, and because I understand that Yahweh mercy endures forever. So I love to tell you, all is not lost, because Yahweh mean what he say, and he say what he mean. Thus we have many words of salvation, many words of Yahweh holding firm to what he said to Abraham. Thus, let us turn to Isaiah 54. And we find in Isaiah 54, if we pick up at the 11th verse, and it reads to the 17th verse, O thy afflicted, let's start at the first verse. Sorry about that. Can't jump the gun. You got to see it. Let's start at Isaiah 54 and 1. Because the Almighty is allowing us to know, even though you find yourself in darkness, even though you find yourself in hell, even though you find yourself diseased and in religion serving wood and stone, it tells us in Isaiah 54 and 1, sing, O barren, thy that did not bear, break forth into singing and cry aloud, that thy that did not travel with child. For more are the children of the desolate, sound like us, than the children of the married wife, sound exactly like us, say Yahweh. Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thy habitation. Spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither be thou confounded, for thou shalt not be put to shame, for thou shalt forget, the shame of thy youth, and shall not remember the reproach of thy widowhood anymore. For thy Maker, the creator of the heaven and earth, is thy husband. Yahweh of hosts is his name, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, the Elohim of the whole earth, shall he be called. There is no other way to serve Yahweh. Any other way, any other calling is nothing but religion. Thus it reads, in the 6th verse, for Yahweh have called thee as a woman forsaken and grieved in spirit, and a wife of youth, when thy was refused, said thy Elohim. For a small moment, it might seem a long time, but the Almighty said a day to him is like 1,000 years. So it lets us know, for a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. Who? The barren. Those that never broke forth, never had children and all that. Those that been born out of wedlock. Those that never was able to honor the laws of marriage that you find in the Holy Scriptures because they was never under it. It tells us, Israel, in the 8th verse, and a little wrath I hid my face, and from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on you, said Yahweh, thy Redeemer. For this is as the waters of Noah. This is a covenant. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed. But my kindness that your brother loved to talk about shall not depart from you. Neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed. And that covenant of peace was made with none other than Abraham and King David. Said Yahweh, that have mercy on thee. O thy afflicted, tossed with tempest and not comfort, behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colors, and lay thy foundations with sapphire, and I will make thy windows in a gate, and thy windows, in a gate, and thy gates of I used to say that, carbuncles, and all thy borders a pleasant stone. And all thy children, please take note what will transpire once we are saved out of religion, once we are saved out of the enemy's land in his hand. I and all thy children shall be taught. Don't forget, we just read Amos, the 8th chapter, the 11th to the 13th verse, where all the children are going to be 1 and 2 and 4, trying to seek the true words of Yahweh and shall not find it. But after those times, it lets us know, and all thy children. Well, today we know this ain't true. We can't get our children today to do half of what we think we know. But it lets us know in this day, all thy children shall be taught of Yahweh. Anything else is religion. Anything else is man theology. Anything else, you are leaning upon your own understanding. It says, all thy children shall be taught of Yahweh, and great shall be the peace, shalom, of thy children. In righteousness, not in giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, not in doubt, not in doing the best you can. The scriptures, the voice of Yahweh coming out of the mouth of Isaiah says, in righteousness shall thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression. For thou shalt not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near thee. Behold, they shall surely gather together, but not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against thee shall fall for thy sake. It's talking about the people that has been saved. This is talking to the people that will be redeemed. No weapon, the 16th verse, behold, I have created the smith that blows, the coals and the fire, and that bring forth instruments for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy. And he leave in confirmation and to assure you that his mercy endures forever, and that he sees all that has ever happened to you. As he told our fathers, you might forget, but I'll never forget what happened to you. It tells us no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thy shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness is of me, said Yahweh. So the only way that we will be justified is by taking heed to every word that Yahweh has said. As it reads in Isaiah 45, verse 25, that ye shall be justified in the words of Yah. So when we keep witnessing these words, when we keep taking our brothers to the chapter and verses, the Almighty testifies that we will be justified. Even if we die, we're going to be justified. That goodness will fall on our children. But you're going to be justified. You're going to be known as a man in the earth that was speaking the truth. Because the truth that you are revealing is going to come to pass. We just put a post out a week ago or so, and we asked the people, let's fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Why not? We done tried everything else. We done tried everything else. We call ourselves all type of people. We say we keeping the Sabbath, we under the law, we holy, we set apart, we consecrated, we sanctified. The summer has ended. The harvest has passed. And we still ain't saved. So your brother have came to you with the wisest words that he have ever found in his scriptures of truth, and have asked the people, let's give this a try. We done tried everything else. And none of those things have caused us to be delivered. Let's fear Yahweh, and let's do well. Let's depart from evil and hope in his mercy. We done did everything else. We done lied. We done used his name in vain. We done did all these things. And all your brothers asking us to do is to fear him and to depart from evil and witness and confirm every one of these words with understanding. That's all we ask. And we are just about promising that the Almighty will show you mercy. Because that's all you got. Don't forget, our life is in doubt. There is no assurance of our life. There's no peace when we out. And sometimes, and most time, it ain't no peace when we in. We fighting like cats and dogs, being husband and wife. The phase that we use, boyfriend and girlfriend, which that ain't got nothing to do with Scripture, so it lets us know we definitely in the enemy's land and we definitely under this law. But during this time, we like cats and dogs outside and cats and dogs inside. That's based on the curse. There is no peace. You work yourself to death. And have nothing. Let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. And what we find in Jeremiah 30, if we pick up at the first verse, these great words of truth and of hope. Jeremiah 30:1. We pick it up a little bit. I got a few more, and then we're going to open up. It tells us in Jeremiah 30, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, saying, write thee all the words that I have spoken into thee in a book. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel, and Yehudah, said Yahweh, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. Well, if that ain't where you at, then you ain't there, nor do you possess anything. And these are the words that Yahweh speak concerning Israel and concerning Yehudah. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man does travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hand on his lion, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. Note what our days are called. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. But rest assured, as your brother loved to tell you, all is not lost. Why do we keep saying that? Because it reads, but he shall be saved out of it. Thus, it continued to tell us, if we take a look at the 31st chapter of Jeremiah, and let's pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, and declare to the people that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, that have hope in all that he has said and done. It tells us in Jeremiah 31 verse 1. At the same time, said Yahweh, will I be the Elohim of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people. Thus said Yahweh, the people which were left of the sword found grace, mercy in the wilderness, even Israel, when I went to cause him to rest. Well, you are not resting until he come and get you and cause you to rest. Yahweh has appeared of old unto me, saying, yea, I have loved thee with an everlasting love. Therefore, the reason why, with loving kindness have I drawn thee. Again I will build thee, and thou shalt be built, O virgin of Israel. Thou shalt again be adorned with thy tabrets, and shall go forth in the dance of them that make merry. Thou shalt yet plant vines upon the mountain of Samaria. The planters shall plant and shall eat them as common things. For there shall be a day that the watchmen upon the Mount Ephraim shall cry, arise ye, and let us go up to Zion, and to Yahweh our Elohim. For thus said Yahweh, sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Flourish ye, praise ye, and say, Yahweh save thy people, the remnant of Israel. Behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind, please take note, and the lame, the woman with child, and her that travel with child. Together a great company shall return hither. They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of water in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble. No more under religion. No more following our brother. No more trusting in man. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of Yahweh, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, as I do each and every day, and say, he that scattered us, he that scattered Israel, will gather him and keep him as a shepherd does his flock. For Yahweh have redeemed Jacob and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Therefore they shall come and sing in the heights of Zion, and shall flow together to the goodness of Yahweh. For wheat and for wine and for oil and for young of the flock and of the herd, and their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall not sorrow any more at all. Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance, both young men and old together. For I will turn their mourning, their unassurance of their life, all those diseases that worshiping of wood and stone, the scripture tells us, for I will turn their mourning into joy, and I will comfort them and make them rejoice from their sorrow. And I will saturate the soul of the priests. Now you're going to bring them. Now you're going to see them with fatness. And my people shall be satisfied with my goodness, said Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, and let's take a quick look at the 60th division of Isaiah. Isaiah 60. And it tells us in Isaiah 60, arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. As it is. But Yahweh shall rise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. So that means they leaving their light. They leaving the little sparks that they had, that they was calling religion, that they was calling the words of the Most High. They leaving that, and they coming to the light of the Master when he saves his children. It reads, and the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Lift up thy eyes round about, and see all they gather themselves together. they come to thee. Thy sons shall come from far, and thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side. Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thy heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted into thee. The forces, the wealth of the Gentiles shall come into thee. The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, or gold and incense, and they shall show forth the abundance, gold and incense, and they shall show forth the praise of Yahweh. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together into thee. The rams of Nebattah shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on my altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. Who are these that fly as a cloud and as the dove to their windows? Surely the owl shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, and to the name of Yahweh thy Elohim, and to the Holy One of Israel, because he hath glorified thee. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continuously. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring into thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. And it allows us to know, in that day, it will be a proof that everything other than the word of Yahweh was only religion. It was only man theology, because the Almighty is bringing the world back to his word. So whatever they doing before he bring them back is not his word. It is called man theology. It is called religion. It is called serving wood and stone. Thus, it continues to tell us in Isaiah 60 about this great light that will shine upon us. It says, in the 13th verse, the glory of Lebanon shall come into thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary. And I will make the place of my feet glorious. The sons also of them that afflict thee shall come bending into thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the sole of thy feet. And they shall call thee the city of Yahweh, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee, I will make thee an eternal excellency, a joy of many generations. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles, and shall suck the breasts of kings. And thou shalt know that I, Yahweh, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. For brass I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood brass, and for stone iron. I will also make thy officers peace, and thy extractors righteousness. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders. But thou shalt call thy walls salvation and thy gates praise. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee. But Yahweh shall be unto thee an everlasting light, and thy Elohim thy glory. The sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh shall be thy everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. I, Yahweh, will hasten it in his time. And this lets us know for all our brothers and sisters that teach under their form of religion that we are not a nation until he come and save us. A couple of people do not make up his nation. All of his children makes up his nation. And that consists of 12 sons. 12 tribes make up this great nation. Not one, not two, not three. Not because we think Yehuda and Levi and Benjamin is in America. That still would not make a nation. All 12 tribes make up this great nation that our Creator is declaring. So it lets us know when we're dealing with people teaching that we are a nation today, that's just a form of religion. When we're dealing with calendars and maps of the 12 tribes, and these 12 tribes is all these different Gentile nations, it's just a form of religion. It has nothing to do with the words of life that we get out of the scriptures of truth. It also reassures, if we take ourselves to Jeremiah one more time, let us take a look at the 32nd chapter. Jeremiah, the 32nd chapter, and let's pick up at the 36th verse. Jeremiah 32, 36. And it reads, and now, therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, concerning this city, whereof ye say, it shall be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon, by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. Behold, I will gather them out of all countries, whether I have driven them in my anger, and in my fury, and in great wrath. And I will bring them again into this place, and I will cause them to dwell safely. And they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. Note, when you are his servant. Note, when you are his people. I don't care what your heart tell you. You better confirm every word that come out of Yahweh's mouth. You better fear him, because he is boldly telling us, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. When? When I go get them. And I will give them one heart. Today we got many hearts. We got many understandings. And based on the scriptures that we have brought forth, all of them is wrong. And I will give them one heart and one way. Today we got many ways of serving Yahweh, and it only denotes religion, as your brother has tried his best to show you. These many ways. There's only one truth. The Almighty speaking about all the other truths you dealing with that you call truth. But he lets us know in salvation, and I will give them one heart and one way that they may fear me forever for the good of them and of their children after them. Note, fearing him is good, and fearing him will also bring good upon your children. You better fear him. It don't say nothing about reenactment here. It don't say nothing about doing the best you can. It don't say nothing about keeping the law. It talks about fearing him for your good and the good of your children. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, that I will not turn away from them to do them good, but I will put my fear in their hearts, that they shall not depart from me. Yea, I will rejoice over you to do you good, and I will plant you in this land assuredly, and my whole heart, or with my whole heart and with my whole soul. For thus said Yahweh, like as I have brought all this great evil upon this people, so will I bring upon them all the good that I have promised them. It also tells us how these things would transpire and take place. Let's go to Ezekiel right quick, the 20th chapter. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, if we pick up the 34th verse. The 34th verse. And let's read just to the 40th. I guess, and I was 70, which was, we'll read to the, just pick up at the 34th verse. And I will bring you out from the people, wherever you find yourself today, and will gather you out of the countries, wherever you find yourself today, according to the rumor, according to the wisdom that we find in our holy scriptures. The Israelites are scattered on the four corners of the earth. Thus it tells us, I will bring you out from the people, and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out, not upon you, but on the enemy that got you. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people. And there, not in the land of your enemy, but it says, and there will I plead with you face to face. Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh Elohim. And I will cause you to pass under the rod, And I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. Why are you doing this, Yahweh? When we got all these people on the face of the earth saying the temple are these. They are saying, come in the sanctuary. They are saying, well, you said you're going to be a sanctuary, so all these people got all these buildings talking about this is your sanctuary. But the Almighty said, I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face. I'm not going to plead with you in the enemy's land. Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness. He told our fathers that they must leave Egypt, go in the wilderness on a 3-day journey, and there will I talk with you. There will I plead with you. Thus it reads. In the 37th verse, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, because you can't be under today. And I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourned, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. The 39th verse, and for you, O house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, go ye, please take note, go ye, serve ye everyone his idol. Go on and do your religion. But note what he says. And hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me, but pollute ye my holy name no more with your gifts and with your idols. Let me put a little emphasis on this 39th verse and show us how easy it is to compare what is written to ourselves. Because we just read where the Almighty had Ezekiel to tell our fathers what was going to befall them, how they was going to get out of this, and why he was commanded to declare these words to them, they were still acting up. So it tells us in this 39th verse, as for you, O house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, go ye, serve ye everyone his idols. That's saying, go do your religion. But it's also saying, while you do your religion, quit using me and my words. Thus it reads. And hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me, your religion, you going to serve your idol, is nothing but man theology. It is the opposite of doing the statutes of life. It is the opposite of the voice of Yahweh. When you doing your religion, that's your voice. That's man. That's something y'all conjured up. Don't forget, you got to make that religion. It ain't already made. You got to make it. Thus it tells us in that 39th verse, and hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me, but pollute ye my holy name no more. Well, what is a good example of polluting Yahweh's holy name in your sanctuary, in your congregation, under your religion? The first thing come to mind is the Sabbath. The second thing come to mind is tithes and offerings. The third thing come to mind is that we are not under the judgments of Yahweh. All three of those things denote a pollution it denotes you taking his name in vain. You telling the people they under the Sabbath when they still a captive. You telling the people that you owed up in time by way of income when you're not even in the land where you received the increase. Those are all ways of polluting the glorious and fearful name of Yahweh. Thus it tells us in the 40th verse, well, in the end of the 39th verse, but pollute ye my name no more with your gifts and with your idols. For in my holy mountain, and the mountain of the height of Israel, it's only one religion, there is only one way, there is only one path, there is only one truth. All the rest denotes religion, man theology. The Almighty says that this man religion is done all over the earth. Where the Almighty saying the statutes of life is done in his land. And it will be done on his holy mountain. Thus, the 40th verse says, For in my holy mountain, and the mountain of the height of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim, there shall all the house of Israel, all of them, in the land, serve me. And there will I accept them. And there will I require your offerings and the first fruits of your oblations with all your holy things. I will accept you with your sweet Savior when I bring you out from the people, from man theology, and gather you out of the countries wherein ye have been scattered and practice religion, and I will be sanctified in you before the heathen. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I shall bring you into the land of Israel, and to the country, all of your dwellings, for which I lift up my hand to give it to your fathers. And there shall ye remember your ways and your doings, not Yahweh doings, not you doing the word of Yah, but your doings, wherein ye have been defiled. And ye shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for all your evils that ye have committed. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I have wrought with you for my name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, not according to your wicked reenactment, not according to your dark counsel. It says, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I have wrought with you for my name's sake. I'm going to save you for my name's sake. I ain't saving you for your sake. I ain't saving you for your name. I ain't saving you for your practicing under your religion. I'm going to save you for my holy name's sake. The same name that you keep polluting with this idolatry. So again, not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your corrupt doings, O ye house of Israel, said Yahweh. Basically saying you should be ashamed. You should be mourning. Don't forget, we're supposed to be mourning. We waiting. We understand the condition we find ourselves in. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 36th chapter while we're in Ezekiel. And let's take a quick look at the 36th chapter of Ezekiel. And let's go straight to the point. And let's allow the world to know whatever we out here teaching today in the enemy's land is nothing but religion. Nothing but religion. If you add a word to this, if you take a word from this, if you lean upon your own understanding, you have taught nothing but religion. Thus we find in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, let's pick up at the 17th verse, and it reads, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own way and by their doings. Their way was before me as an uncleanness of a removed woman. Wherefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for their idols wherewith they had polluted it. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed through the countries, according to their way, as we have already read, and according to their doings, I judged them. And the judgment was, if you didn't want to serve me in the joyfulness of all things, as we read in Deuteronomy 28th chapter, the 45th to the 50th verse, if you didn't want to serve me as I commanded, then the judgment is serve your enemy. Serve the things you refuse to serve me for. Thus it reads. Again in the 19th verse, and I scattered them among the heathen, and they was dispersed through the countries. According to their way and according to their doings, I judged them. And when they entered into the heathen, whether they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said unto them, we are the Israelites, we under the covenant, we supposed to keep the Sabbath, Master, we holy. Master, we set apart. Master, we this, that, and another. What the Almighty said, when you did that, it says, and when they entered into the heathen, whether they went, they profaned my name. They took my name in vain. They was telling people that I gave them the Sabbath while they being hung the same time. They telling people I gave them the Sabbath, but their enemy got them working from sun up to sun up. They telling the people that they are priests and prophets, but no justice is done among them. They keep telling the people that they under the law and they being killed every day. That is a profanement. You saying your creator is the Almighty, and you mean that you in the enemy's land and the children of the Almighty is being treated like that under the covenant of the law? That don't make sense. That's why the Almighty told us that the glory is his, because he have always showed our fathers that he's going to go in there, destroy them who you have served and who have afflicted you, and then he was going to bring you out, put you in your land, and you're going to be the king. Well, how can we apply that today? Because we telling the people while we are in the enemy land, we under the Sabbath. We telling the people we while we in the enemy land, we are to keep the Sabbath, and we're being hung every day. We're being killed every day. And I'm not just talking about today. I'm talking about from the time that the Israelites were scattered out of their land, we have been taught nothing but religion. And we have been taught this religion being in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted. But we got the audacity to take Yahweh's name in vain and tell our brothers and sisters, even the enemy, that we are under the covenant of the law. That we are the servants of Yahweh. Thus it reads in the 21st verse. But I had pity for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathen, whither they went. Wherefore say unto the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I do not this for your sake, for your reenactment, for what you and your house said you're going to do, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathen, whither ye went. And that's all religion does. Religion profanes the name of Yahweh. It continued to tell us, and I will sanctify my great name, which was, and note, sanctify my great name. Well, that means his great name must have been among a lot of names if he got to sanctify, and as it is this day. It says, and I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. Oh, his name ain't Yahweh. His name is this. We got YH. We got 4 consonants. YH, WH. Ain't no way his name Yahweh. And if you use the wild Yahweh, you don't know nothing about this book. This is his name. Well, that lets us know his name is profaned among the heathen. We got their children fussing about his name. Their children. His children don't even know the name of their father. That's a profanement. Thus it reads, and I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which ye have profaned in the midst of them, and the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh. They don't know, based on what y'all proclaiming. They don't know what his name is, nor do you. It says, I am Yahweh, said Yahweh, Elohim, when I shall be sanctified, set apart in the midst, in you before their eyes. For I will take, note how he will be sanctified. Note how you will be saved and what you will have to be taken from. Religion. Thus it reads, for I will take you from among the heathen. You are taught the ways of the heathen. When the Israelites was in their land, the Almighty commanded them, learn not the ways of the heathen. Well, what you think you learned when the Almighty delivered you to the heathen? Nothing but their ways. Thus it reads in the 24th verse of the 36th chapter of Ezekiel, I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries and will bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From what? From idolatry, from religion, from man theology, from you leaning upon your own understanding. It reads, then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthiness and from all your idols. Well, where did you get the idols at? How did you worship them? By way of religion. will I cleanse you. And in this cleansing, a new heart also will I give you. And a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. Let me throw this in right quick. Notice in the redemption, in the salvation, it tells us that a new heart and a new spirit will be given. Well, we got brothers and sisters. Well, we should have learned why they saying what they saying, just in case you don't. We know we got brothers and sisters teaching that when Yahweh save his people, not only will they be a recipient of a new heart and a new spirit, but also a new covenant. And this covenant consists of new words. I never heard of such. And I've never seen where Yahweh ever said that. But we got people teaching those things from their form of religion, that which they believe and that which they teach. But the Almighty never said that. Yahweh has already stated every word of Elohim is pure. He don't care about you messing up. Because you messing up, he ain't going to tear up the perfect words and bring forth some new words just because you hard-headed. That is foolishness. So I just want y'all to see, even in this story of redemption, the Almighty never said, I'm going to give you some new words. I'm going to give you a new heart. I'm going to give you a new spirit to follow these same words. Almighty didn't make a mistake. Our fathers did. The scripture allows us to know that Yahweh perfect. He mean what he say what he mean. So we don't need nobody under some form of religion to teach us that he's going to give us some new words. When you read that in Jeremiah, the 31st chapter, the 33rd and the 34th verse, when it's talking about a new, it's talking about a new based on the heart that he will give you and the spirit that he will put on you. It's the same words, brothers and sisters. It's the same words that Moses had to speak to our forefathers. Those words would never change. Don't forget, the people messed up. So the people got punished. Well, after the punishment, what is Yahweh telling us? He bringing us back. But he bringing us back to some new words because he messed up? Or is he bringing us back because we messed up and he giving us another chance with the new covenant? And he's going to make sure you're successful by giving you a heart. If you really read the book, you will find out one of the main reasons why the Israelites did not keep the law. Because it wasn't in their heart. They didn't have it in their heart. So it continued to tell us in this great book of Ezekiel 36, a new heart also will I give you, a new spirit will I put within you, and I will take away the stony heart out of thy flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, note, and cause you to walk in my statutes. I think that's the covenant. And ye shall keep my judgment and do them. All the Almighty said is he's going to give you a different spirit and a heart to cause you to do that. He didn't say I'm going to give you some new words to cause you to do that. The words are the same. Those words are perfect. It continued to tell us, Israel, in the 28th verse, and ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Note where you're going to dwell, and that's the same land that your brother keep telling y'all that the law was commanded to be done in the land that you possess. Well, at the end, in the redeeming, he telling us the same thing. He letting us know that I ain't told you to keep my word wherever you at. Because if that was the case, I ain't got to come and get you. What I'm going to come and get you for? And why am I taking you somewhere else? If I already command you to keep it wherever you at. So again, that come by way of religion. The Almighty is correcting religion and establishing the truth. And the truth wind up being the same thing that your brother been preaching. As it read again in the 28th verse, and ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. I will also save you from all your uncleannesses. Religion is a uncleanness. And I will call for the corn and will increase it and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the field of the tree and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then ye shall remember your own evil ways and your doings that you did and said under religion, trusting in man, that were not good, and shall loathe yourself in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abomination. Note again, Israel, not for your sake do I this, said Yahweh Elohim. Be it known unto you. Be ashamed for that which you have taught, and confounded for your own ways in your own words, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the wastes shall be built. It also tells us real quick, if we take a look at the 39th chapter of Ezekiel. The 39th chapter of Ezekiel. And it tells us in the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, if we pick up at the 24th verse. The 39th chapter of Ezekiel, the 24th verse reads, according to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, now, for there's a time and season for everything under the sun. Now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy on the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that they have borne, carried their shame, and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me. That was only done in the land against the covenant of the law. When they dwelt, please take note, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid. That's when they started their trespass. That's where they sinned against Israel, against Yahweh. The 27th verse reads, when I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and am sanctified in them, and the only way that Yahweh can be sanctified in us is once he brings us out. That's what the Sabbath denote, but y'all refuse to believe it. But as we read here, it says, when I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of their enemy's land, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am Yahweh their God, that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen, but I have gathered them, as we read in Jeremiah 31, verse 10. I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them anymore there. So none of them are no longer left under religion, under the ways of the heathen, under the ways of the Gentiles, under the ways of the nations. None of them. They all back into the land under this one great statute of life that he commanded our fathers in the first place to obey every word in this great land of promise. And if you did not, I will cast you out of it into a land that is not yours, and you shall stay there and serve wood and stone until I say your butt out of it. And it denoted nothing but idolatry, religion, man theology. Thus, in closing of the 39th chapter, it says, then shall they know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen, but I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them any more there. Neither will I hide my face any more from them. For I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh. And in this day, it tells us, if we turn to Zechariah, the 8th chapter real quick. A couple more, we out. Zechariah, the 8th chapter. And what we find in Zechariah, the 8th chapter is a proof that whatever you doing and teaching and studying and all that in the world ain't nothing but religion. It ain't nothing but idolatry. It ain't nothing but a man leaning upon his own understanding, being first to his cause, right in his own eyes, and having man to do the same. Thus we find in Zechariah, the 8th chapter, and it tells us in Zechariah, the 8th chapter, and I'll go straight to the point to let us know that the true words of worship is only with Yahweh, and those words will only come from the land of Yahweh. Thus it tells us, not just dealing with Israel, but the world. If we pick up at the 20th verse, it says, thus said Yahweh of hosts, it shall yet come to pass that there shall come people and the inhabitants of many cities, and the inhabitants of one city shall go into another, saying, let us leave religion alone. It says, let us go speedily to pray before Yahweh and to seek Yahweh of hosts. And note, these are other nations. I will go also. Yea, many people and strong nations shall come to seek Yahweh. Why? Because that's the truth. Everything else is religion. Yahweh of hosts in Jerusalem, and pray before him. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all the languages, note, of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Yehudahite, saying, we will go with you. Why? For we have heard that the true Elohim, Yahweh, is with you. Well, a lot of people say that don't mean nothing. Let's go to Isaiah 2. And let's read the 2nd to the 4th verse. Isaiah 2 real quick. Do you mean that don't mean nothing? It's making a distinction between religion and the true words. It says in Isaiah 2, verse 2 to 4, it reads, and it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahweh house shall be established in the top of the mountain. As we just read a little bit of that in Ezekiel 20, verse 40. It continue to read. It shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Yahweh's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all the nations shall flow into it. It lets you know without a shadow of a doubt it is only one truth. And it is only one way to worship the creator of the heaven and earth. And guess who all supposed to worship him? Everybody that breathes upon the earth. So what is the other things we worshiping? Religion, man theology, being right in our own eyes, first to our own cause. That's all we're doing until this day. And what else happened in this day? It reads, according to the 3rd verse, and many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of Elohim of Jacob, and he will teach us of his way. Well, that means until you make it there, what has you been taught? Religion. Let's keep reading. It says, he will teach us his way, and we will walk in his path. It's only one truth. And that truth is on the paths of Yahweh. For out of Zion shall go forth the law. Where? From America? From Britain? From Brazil? From China? Or does it say that the law comes from the land that Yahweh have promised, and that law will lead from that land to water the whole earth? Is that what it's saying? Well, let's keep reading. It says, and if that's true, then ain't nowhere in the world we can be under the law today. It says in the 3rd verse one more time, and many people should go and say, come ye, let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh. Let us go up to the mountain of the creator of the heaven and earth. I'm not going to let you get off. You can play with that name all you want. I'm going to make sure I let you know who I'm talking about. It says, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways, just like he told our fathers when he delivered them out of Egypt. It says, and we will walk in his paths, for out of Zion shall go forth the law. Whereas we under the law today. If the law is commanded to go out from Zion, and Zion ain't even built, ain't no people there, ain't no priests or nothing with the law in their mouth. So how in the heck are we under the law today? It says, Israel, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. So when the people are coming, they coming because they heard that Yahweh is with you. Where are you at? In Cincinnati? No, in Jerusalem, in the land of Canaan, in the city of Zion, on the mountain of Zion, in the city of Jerusalem is where it's coming from. Thus, in closing, the 4th verse says, and he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore, because the truth is being taught. Another place I need to go to real quick is Isaiah 11. We already in Isaiah, I think I was. Let's go to the 11th chapter. And the 11th chapter tells us this. Nothing changed. It's bringing it all to a close. It's letting you know whatever you've been under, wherever you've been, you have been under nothing but religion. It's only one true word. Just like it's only one Savior, there's only one Creator. It's only one word. Thus it tells us in Isaiah 11, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots, and the Spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him. Note this Spirit. And remember who gave the Spirit. And remember when the Almighty said, I kicked you out, and you're going to find your butt in the enemy's land, that the Spirit of deep sleep is put on you. All right? Well, this Spirit is taken off. And note what happens. And the Spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him. The Spirit of wisdom, not the Spirit of deep sleep. He's waking you up. So, once you wake up out of that slumber, it says, the Spirit shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge, what? The fear of Elohim. Did that just tell us it was a time that Yahweh put the spirit of fear upon us? Is that what we just heard? Remember, when we was all in that religion, we wasn't walking around saying fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We was saying keep the law. We was saying pay your tithes. We was saying this, that, and another. What Almighty said was going to come a time when he save you and wake you up from that spirit of deep sleep, from that drunkenness that come not by way of wine. And then this spirit was going to appear on our people. And that spirit, again, Israel, because I can't let you pass this up, that spirit is called wisdom. Understanding, it is denoted a spirit of counsel. It is denoted a spirit of might, a spirit of knowledge. And what? And of the fear of Yahweh. So it allows us to know in the last day, the wisest man on the face of the earth and the people thereof will have a spirit of understanding, a spirit of wisdom, a spirit of counsel, a spirit of might, a spirit of knowledge, and most of all, a spirit to fear Yahweh, as we teach each and every day. Fearing and depart from evil. But in this day, you ain't got to worry about me saying it. It's going to be on you. And shall make him of quick understanding. And the fear of Yahweh, when it comes to Yahweh, he got the understanding quick. Because you fearing him. If you don't fear him, you might don't understand these things. And ye shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, because he fear Yahweh, and he know that all the judges of Yahweh judge for Yahweh. So he will never judge after the sight of his eyes. He ain't going to never come to the conclusion, yeah, we can do this based on what I think. But instead, he's going to say, nah, it ain't meant to be done. Why you say that, brother? Because the Almighty said, where is to be done? And if we truly fear him, that's all we're going to acknowledge. But here it says, and shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of Yahweh. And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. And I'm reproving you based on what I see written in this book. I'm reproving you based on the spirit that I have on me. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth, and he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked, as we just did this day. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his lions, and faithfulness the girdle of his womb. The wolf also should dwell with the lamb, and the leopard should lie down with the kid, and the calf, and the young lion, and the fatlings together, and a little child shall lead them. All this is saying is talking about how, as we read earlier, the spear is turned into a pruning hook. That's all it is. No more violence. And the cow and the bear shall feed their young ones, shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like an ox, instead of eating the ox. And the suckling child shall play on the hoe of an ass, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the crockery den. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. For the earth, please take note, that everything that we have been taught until we are brought back and saved under the Almighty is nothing but religion. It is not, nor does it represent the word of Yah. Thus it reads in this 9th verse of the 11th chapter of Isaiah, they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. That's where Yahweh said in the book of Ezekiel, where everything will be accepted, where you will be accepted. For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yahweh. Where it ain't that today. As the waters cover the sea. Well, that lets us know that before that happens, everything that we are taught is nothing but religion, man theology. The Almighty Word is have to come back on earth to the extent, as it reads here, as the waters cover the sea. So when all that knowledge is out there, we can see why nations are grabbing the skirt of a Yehudinite saying, we will go with thee, for we have heard Yahweh is with thee. We understand more now when the Almighty told us that the law would come from Zion. It makes sense. Because today, none of these things transpire because you ain't been saved. And all the earth is under their own theology, which is nothing but religion. In closing, I'll use this to close. It was a few more words that I wanted to speak on, but I'm going to go ahead and close the presentation for today. And I would like to close it with the book of Hosea. Hosea. And let's go through the first chapter first, and then the second last, and we'll close. Hosea, chapter 1. Out of all that we have brought forth today, and we're trying our best to establish this truth to a bunch of blind people. And the truth that we are establishing is all that you have done is nothing but religion. All that you have taught is nothing but religion. Let's go to Hosea, the first chapter. Let's read the 10th verse. And it tells us in the first chapter of Hosea, verse 10, 11, these words. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which could not be measured, nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, talking about all the children of Israel, wherever they scattered, ye are not my people. Note what was said to you while you are scattered. Ye are not my people. There, that same place, wherever you found yourself, wherever that rumor was, there it shall be said unto them. Talking about no one but the children of Israel. Ye are the sons of the living Elohim. You don't know that yet. That has not been told to you yet. But when you are saved out of this shit, you will be known as the children of the living Elohim. And in closing, let's look at the second chapter, and let's pick up at the 14th verse, and let's read. And it reads, therefore, behold, I will allure her. The same her is what the Almighty said in Ezekiel 20 when he said he will plead with her in the wilderness. The same her. Therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak comfortably into her. Today, he is not speaking comfortably into us. And I will give her vineyards from thence, and the valley of Achor for a door of hope. And she shall sing there as in the days of her youth, and as in the day when she came up out of the land of Egypt. Just like you sung that time, you're going to sing just like that when he bring you out of this. And note, during that time is when the Israelites was a recipient of the covenant of the law. I think that's what we waiting to be too. It says, and it shall be at that day, said Yahweh, that thou shalt call me Isha, and shall call me no more Baali, for I will take away the name of Balaam out of her mouth. And they shall no more be remembered by their name, no more of this religion. And in that day will I make a covenant with them, with the beasts of the field, and with the fowls of the heaven, and with the creeping things of the ground. And I will break the bow and the sword and the battle out of the earth. No more violence. And will make them to lie down safely. And I will betroth them into me forever. Yea, I will betroth thee into me in righteousness, and in judgment, and in loving kindness, and in mercy. I will even betroth, engage, marry thee unto me in faithfulness, and thou shalt know Yahweh. Well, unto this, you don't know him. You calling him all type of names. You said he said this, that, and another. The 21st verse reads, and it shall come to pass in that day, I will hear, said Yahweh. I will hear the heavens, and they shall hear the earth. And the earth shall hear the corn and the wine and the oil, and they shall hear Yazrael, and I will sow her into me in the earth. As we read in Jeremiah, I might didn't go there, but Jeremiah 31, the 28th and 29th verse where it talks about sowing Israel with the man and beast. Here it's saying the same thing in the 23rd verse, the last verse that we will read. And I will sow her into me in the earth, and I will have mercy upon her that had not attained mercy. We waiting on his mercy. We waiting to be saved. And I will say unto them which were not my people. Note, before he say, thy art my people, you are not known as his people. Well, where are you at? You in another man's land. What you doing? Living under their laws. Well, what did the Almighty consider you? Not his people. For how long? Until he come and get you. Thus it close and say, thy art my people. And they shall say at this time, thy art are Elohim. That will be the end of have not the black man and woman only been taught religion. We will open up for comments and questions. Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comment or question?
My comment.
I can't hear you. Please state your name and make a comment or a question.
My name is Elder Renee Yisrael. I am so full of joy from the teaching today. It was extremely fortifying, extremely wonderful to hear what we learned today. Until the very end, every moment I was captured. I had to hear everything that was being said. It was beautiful. I think I said that even before we started. I knew that it was going to be as great as it was, and I just praise Yah for it. It was beautiful. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. Praise Yah.
Yes.
So I guess you heard the same words that everybody else should have heard, that we are truly under religion. If we are teaching anything other than what Yahweh has said, it is nothing but religion.
That's right.
There's only one way, and the Almighty promised to give that way back to his people. Well, until he give it back to us, what are we doing? Religion.
Right. That's right. Exactly.
Great comment. Very wisely spoken, elder sister. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hello, my name is Dasha Yvonne Greer, and I like how the way you're talking about Yahweh, which is our Father.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And I like the way you intelligently spoke. Yes, you sound very intelligent.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Wisely spoken, youth. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Wisely spoken, you.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Brother Samuel, wonderful as always. Wonderful.
Yes.
And we missed you for the past, 3 weeks? We missed you.
Yes.
I miss you also. I miss.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah for you.
But Yahweh will gonna be done. So a lot of times I put it on Yahweh. Yahweh will gonna be done.
You know it, that's right. Praise Yah. We love you. Yes. Hallelujah.
We love you too. And Yahweh definitely love us all.
Yes.
But he's righteous in what all he has said and done. So we must live out what he said and done. He's truly righteous. And he will deliver us for his holy name's sake. Not for what we think, not for our reenactment, but for his holy name's sake will we be saved out of this.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, brother.
His brother
Nehemiah.
Nariah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I've been missing you too. And since I met you, you know, we already done talked, but man, it's just been, my spirit has just been so uplifted, and I just be happy, and I talk to y'all every day and thank him for everything. Now, just like by his will, that's the only way I'm still here.
Oh, yeah.
All is that he, you know, I looked up the word sustain. He must be sustaining me for something, because, you know, this I had surgery Thursday again. It's the 16th one, and I'm always coming out with no problems, and they be amazed. And it's, you know, it's amazing me. You know, I still be listening to you every video you drop. I'm listening because I'm understanding everything you're saying. And you know, me and you talk about my brother Yehuda.
Yes, sir.
And this last one he did. Boy, he did that Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, so wrong when it says that the law is no more. He was saying the law is no more in Jerusalem, yeah, but the law don't mean it's no more in America and all over. I said, boy, he just added all kind of stuff to that. I said, that don't even mean that, but I'm still trying to talk to him, because he said we're supposed to just try to show him. And, you know, I be trying to show him, because for me to just cry out to Yah, and I think that crying really does help, because I literally cried to him, especially when I was laying in the hospital on the so-called Shabbat, and they putting a PICC line in my arm, and it just didn't feel right. And that's when Yah sent you my way through Yehuda. He just don't even know it, because he dropped the DVD, the video of you and Maria Alicia, and I seen how you crushed him. I said, I got to find something somewhere. And y'all said, y'all send it.
Hell yeah.
As soon as I get myself up to par and get myself, I'll be to see you. I'm coming to see you. Believe that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, brother. And I believe you. And the Almighty tells us the fear of Yahweh. The fear of Yahweh, it tells us, I'm reading from Proverbs 10, and it says, he is in the way of life that keep instruction, but he that reproof errs. So when you reprove your brother, he refuses it. And when he reproof, he errs. The 9th chapter of Proverbs tells us, he that reprove a scorner get himself shame. He that rebuke a wicked man get himself a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. And a lot of times they show they hate by not hearkening to what you say. We just read Jeremiah 18. They didn't hearken to Jeremiah, and they called themselves priests and prophets and the wise and all that. But they didn't hearken to him, and they erred. Thus it continued to tell us in this 9th chapter of Proverbs, reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man if he is wise. I don't care what his name is. He will love thee. Well, how will he love you? By believing you and obeying these words. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. He ain't going to come back and destroy Lamentation 3. He's going to confirm it as it is written. He's going to say, yeah, you're right, brother. That's exactly what it says. The law is no more. They are in captivity. That's what he will acknowledge if he truly love you and fear his creator. And then it ends by saying, in the 10th verse, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is what you just said. I truly understand, brother. And that's what it is, understanding.
Hallelujah.
It's wisely spoken, brother, and I know where your heart is. And as you stated earlier, the Almighty must be sustaining me for a reason, and it is. And the Almighty will reveal your purpose to you. You're going to know why you were sustained. You're going to know why you keep making it up from 16 different operations.
Hallelujah.
Very wisely spoken, brother. The Almighty mercy endures forever. Keep trusting him. Keep trusting him. Is there any other comments or questions? Very wisely spoken, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other comments or questions? I need a few witnesses to make sure that just me and the brother and a couple of sisters is not the only people that understood and seen what Yahweh has just revealed. Are we been taught religion since the Israelites been scattered out of their land?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Hallelujah. Yes, indeed.
No doubt.
Yes.
Praise God. Yes, indeed.
Do it make a difference, the name of the religion?
No.
No.
No. Brother Samuel.
Yes, sir.
This what gets me with these people with the law. Even though they don't understand that how holy y'all laws really are. They just think these are laws you can just haphazardly do, and it's just easy for you to do, and this and that. So I asked them, I say, well, when the slave, when they was bringing us over on the slave ship, you think our ancestors had a chance to sit up there and talk about keeping the laws with the whip on their back 7 days? The only way they got a chance to get a break was from a Sunday. And then, when you think about it, and after I just got to really thinking about it, all these Teutonic God days, y'all say he don't share his glory with nobody, and this Gregorian calendar, and they really believing that this is the more. It just amazes me because I was like that. But one thing about me is that I always had some kind of doubt about it. I was just listening to the teachers, and then some just came about this stuff just don't feel right no more. It just don't feel right. And then when you finding out that the Levites is the ones that y'all set aside to do the service, and these people trying to take the money from the people, and it just, when you see this whole, you ain't no better than the churches and the Muslims. Everybody wants some money. Mm-hmm. That's what it's about. Everybody wants some money.
Well, they kind of tell on themselves. They kind of tell on themselves when they say, well, we just practicing and we just rehearsing and all that. They kind of telling on themselves. They don't realize that, but they tells on themselves.
Wow, it's just after my eyes been open to what you done revealed to me and y'all done revealed to you, to me, it's just amazing now that what's really going on.
Hallelujah.
I mean, it's sad. I ain't gonna never be the type of person that I want all our brothers and sisters to make, because this is a terrible situation we're in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I made a comment. I don't know how many of us actually caught it when we was reading out of Isaiah 11. Based on what you just said, I want to reiterate about this spirit. There's a spirit that's on us. And that spirit came by way of the disobedience of our fathers. And that spirit denotes a deep sleep. darkness, not by way of wine nor marijuana, but by the Spirit of Yahweh. And then later on in retrospect, when the Almighty said he will save us out of religion, it told us in Isaiah 11, the 2nd verse, and the Spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon them. And I'm going to just use this speaking to us. And the Spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon them. What is the Spirit? The Spirit of wisdom. Well, we use wisdom. Every day we talk about Yahweh. I don't know how many people on the earth. I don't have knowledge of all what they say out these congregations. But based on what I have heard and seen, there is not many that is campaigning every day to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And that is truly a spirit of wisdom on a people that is saying that. And what else does it say?
Yes.
A spirit of understanding.
That's right.
Well, what denotes understanding? We just read, according to the 9th chapter of Proverbs, if we read it again, I think it was found in the 14th verse. Let me turn there real quick. And it says, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. So it sounds like that we have a spirit on us that denote wisdom. It sounds like we have a spirit on us that denote understanding, because all we keep talking about and keep doing is making a distinction between the holy and the unholy. So the only way you can do that based on these words is with understanding. And then it says, the spirit of counsel. Well, we use Yahweh words for our counselor. And then it says, and might, the spirit of knowledge and of the fear of Yahweh. Well, we preach to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Could that be done because Yahweh has shown us some mercy to where we actually have a spirit on us to tell our brothers and sisters in the world to fear Yahweh and depart from evil? Those are the wisest words that we can tell any man or woman. And the Almighty, guess what? The Almighty got that spirit on us. We should be praising Yahweh each and every day that he has selected you to put that spirit on.
Praise you.
Aliyah, Aliyah.
Is there any other comments or questions? Great comments, brothers and sisters. Is there any other comments or questions?
This is Sister Diane. I am
Shalom.
thankful. Shalom, shalom. I am so thankful to hear these words. I missed hearing you for the past couple of weeks, and this understanding is so beautiful. I can't stop praising Yahweh. And today, he allowed me to hear a brother confess that Yahweh has opened his eyes to this truth. So I'm thankful for even to be here to hear those words.
Hallelujah. And we all are.
Hallelujah.
We all are. We all are, and I'm thankful for being able to allow them to come out of my mouth. I'm thankful for Yahweh for allowing our ear to hear, our eyes to see, and our heart to perceive. Everybody can't say that. It is a lot of people can't say that. The multitude is dealing with religion. We're not teaching no religion. I don't teach y'all to keep the Sabbath. I ain't telling y'all to do nothing. The only thing I teach is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. I teach to confirm every one of these words. I do not teach you to do these words. Instead, I teach you where everything was commanded to be done. So we're not doing no religion. We're studying history. We're studying antiquity. And in this study, we are seeking the mercy of our Creator. We are not doing no religion.
Praise Yahweh. Praise Yahweh.
I ain't received a penny. I done had many people try to give me money, churches and everything, and I got witnesses. And they will tell you that brother have not received anything from them. But long as Yahweh get me up and give me the strength to say these words, that's all I've ever done. That's all I've ever done.
Hallelujah. So, Brother Simon, we definitely thank Yah for you. Definitely thank Yah.
Indeed.
Just like I thank Yahweh for y'all, for lending it that you may
Hallelujah.
Praise Yah.
We all together.
Hallelujah. This is
we all together. When Moses was sent to the people, we was all of the same house. Moses even had to tell the rest of the people, I ain't even going to get to go because y'all butt was so hard-headed.
right.
But still, y'all get to go, and I am glad that y'all get to go.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's kind of funny, but it ain't funny. But you know, the children of Israel, they definitely can wear on your nerves.
That's us.
Well, they probably wore Moses out back then.
Yes, sir, they did.
Put his hair out.
My goodness. Yes, we do
it.
Hallelujah.
They wore him out. They wore him out so much. Let me just say this right quick. They wore him out so much that the Almighty had to give him a whole tribe to help him. He said, the Levites shall bear your burdens. He said, the Levites shall bear your burden, brother. Because they going to come at you. So it's 11 houses against one house. You feel me?
Yeah.
Wow.
So 11 houses going to get on that one house nerves.
Yeah. Yeah.
To the extent that the one house might speak unadvisedly as Moses did.
Yeah.
They can get on your nerves so much that you might wind up speaking unadvisedly. You might wind up one day because they got on your nerves where you didn't sanctify Yahweh. And that right there will cause you to not make it in the land of promise, as it caused Moses not to make it in the land of promise.
Mm-hmm.
And all Moses was trying to do is get you in there. That's all he was trying to do, is get you in. And you beat his ass until he said, come drink, you rebels. Oh, what did I say? What did I just say? Did I just say, come drink, you rebels? Did I just hit that rock with my staff? Oh, my God.
Right.
And the Almighty said, that's exactly what you just did, son. And I got to use you for an example.
Yeah.
If you don't sanctify me, you'll never make it in my kingdom.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's all we're doing today, brothers and sisters, sanctifying Yahweh. We letting the world know that there is only one creator that made the heaven and earth and everything therein, even including me and you. And there's only one truth. There's only one statute of life. And saying those things, we sanctify Yahweh. There's no other Savior. There is no other name to be called upon.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. It's been truly a wonderful night.
Again. Yes.
Definitely enjoy anytime we talking about the Creator and His Word.
Awesome class. Yes.
Praise the Lord, y'all, brother family. This is Jehaziel.
Hallelujah.
I just want to congratulate you on the teachings today. It was very informative. It was very uplifting.
Yes.
This thing about religion and Christianity and with Islam, it just lets you know that everything is false, and the way that you're teaching is very uplifting. The way that I was taught from the way Elisha and Moray, the other Morays, is very enlightening to be having my eyes open after 22 years. And all I do now is sing songs of praise and worship to Yah. Even though I may be doing it in an area I don't know, but I still have to give him glory in spite of getting his ass whooping now. So I want to give him all the glory, all the praise for your teaching. I love the way that you teach, and I follow you. And I missed you the last time, too, but I'll be listening from now on. If Yah permits me.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So I love the teaching, brother.
Hallelujah. Very wisely spoken, brother. And I see you praising Yahweh every day. And ain't nothing wrong with praising him in song and dance. Just make sure you don't forget Jerusalem. Just make sure you don't forget where we come from. Just make sure you don't forget, and make sure you put in your song why we here and why we need to be saved out of it. And you will truly be praising Yahweh.
Hallelujah,
your lips. By your lips, that is. That's the only way we can praise him. It's by our lips, and our acts is by fearing him and departing from evil. If you fear him, you praising him. If you depart from evil, what are you doing, Israel?
Praising Yah.
Ain't you praising him?
Praising him.
Yeah, you praise him. Every time you refuse to do evil, you praise him.
Hallelujah.
The Almighty tell us, again by way of wisdom, in Proverbs the 16th chapter, these great words. I know y'all know them, but I want to say them again. That way they record it for those that don't know them. It tells us in Proverbs 16:6, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. And by the fear of Yahweh, men and women depart from evil.
Yes. Yes. Hallelujah.
Wow. Hallelujah.
So you truly fear him or you truly praise him by fearing him and departing from evil, running from evil.
Yes. Yes. Amen. We got that family.
And I mean all evil. I don't care how small it is. I don't care how great it is. All evil. Depart from it.
Yes.
And I truly believe that the Almighty will show you mercy. Not just you. And I got to keep nailing this. Not just you, but your babies. The people you're going to leave behind. Because we all going to die. And we're going to leave somebody behind. And those that we leave behind, we are praying that he be merciful to all. That's our people. That's our children.
Yes, yes, yes.
We're not to walk around here holy tonight and just worry about ourselves. The Almighty said, I know how Abraham going to command his house. He's talking about his whole house. And the righteousness of Abraham fell upon Isaac, which is his children, and Jacob. And we're supposed to learn from these stories. And we're supposed to hope in his word. And if we hope in his word, then we hoping that same mercy befall our children.
Yes.
But we got people under religion. will hurry up and tell you, well, I'm just worried about myself. I know you are, because this is your religion.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I didn't think y'all was gonna accept these words that clear. I ain't gonna lie. I spoke to one of my brothers. I spoke to one of my brothers last night, and I said, I don't know how they're going to accept this teaching, but it's the truth, and we got to declare it. But I'm surprised, and I thank the Almighty for having that spirit upon y'all, where y'all can see these words just like I see them, as they are written.
So plain, yes, so plain and clear. Praise God.
But I was a little skeptical. I ain't going to lie. I was a little skeptical. But you see, it did not stop me from saying it. I don't care how skeptical I was.
I'm glad he was right.
Yeah.
That's how you know Yahweh's talking to you, brother.
Hallelujah. Yes. Obedience. Thank you, Father. Wow.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom.
Yes.
Brother Yaakov, Atlanta.
Go ahead, Brother Yaakov.
And let me ask a question about Ezekiel 20, verse 6 to 8.
Ezekiel 20, 6 to 8?
Yeah.
I didn't read that, but you can read it. And go ahead and make your comment.
I'll go ahead with it. It says, in that day I lifted up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt, to a land that I spied for them, flowing with milk and honey. This is the glory of all lands. And I said unto them, cast ye away every man of the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am Yahweh Elohim. But they rebelled against me, and were not hearkened unto me. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes. Did they forsake the idols of Egypt? And I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, and accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. I talked to my brother earlier this week, and he was using these verses to say that we were supposed to keep the law in the midst of Egypt, and that the reason they was about to get punished because they wasn't keeping the law in Egypt.
Be kidding.
So as you asked the mere question, is that what it says?
That's not what it says, but that's the question that's what he suggested that these verses were saying.
Oh,
they
okay.
They didn't keep the law. They didn't keep the laws. But I guess he says he calls it the 10 words. They didn't keep the 10 words in Egypt. So they was about to be punished for what they did in Egypt. In any land. That's what he's saying.
Well, again, we got a lot of rumors when it comes to their religion. That is based on their religion. If y'all remember the debate I had with Brother Elisha, he used it, Ezekiel 20, the 7th verse. If y'all, the 7th and the 8th verse, he used that in the debate. That is not telling us that we did not keep the laws in Egypt. And you say, well, how can you prove it? Because this verse is also seen. Let me take you there right quick. I think it is Exodus the 14th chapter. Let me get there first. In Exodus, the 14th chapter, it says in the 11th and 12th verse, and they said unto Moses, because there was no grave in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? No, this is Exodus 14. Wherefore hast thou dealt thus with us to carry us forth out of Egypt? Is not this the word? They saying this is what it's talking about, but they trying to say that we were in Egypt under the law. It says, is not this the word that we did tell thee, Moses, in Egypt, saying, let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of Yahweh, which he will show to you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, ye will see them again no more forever. And then it tells us, one more place I need to go. One place. Let me find it right quick. Let me find it real quick. I thought what I was looking for was in the 12th. I'm trying to find where the Almighty told them, even though he reported that the people was not paying attention, he told them to go forward. He told Moses to take the people forward. But that is what they are using when it comes to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 7th and the 8th verse. But it allows us to know that that was something that we had already been doing in Egypt, not what we did once we was a recipient of a law. Because based on the chapters, we didn't become a recipient of the law until what? The 20th chapter.
Yeah.
Well, I just showed you what they were saying in the 14th chapter. So we couldn't have been under the law. That is a teaching coming by way of religion. Just like those religions teach that we kept the Sabbath in Egypt. Well, that can't be, because the Almighty made the Sabbath known to those people once he brought them out in the wilderness. So based on religion, we're going to have many people rumoring about the 10 words, whatever they want to call it. It ain't nothing but a rumor. They can't prove it by way of chapter and verse. Did you hear me, Yaakov?
Yeah, and another thing is that what's funny about it, he says that Abraham kept the Sabbath, and guess what book he uses? He don't use the Torah. He uses the Book of Jubilee, which is crazy.
Well, I look at the introduction. I don't see the Book of Jubilee.
Yeah.
Within the 39 books that's supposed to be canonized, I don't see one of them called the Book of Jubilee. So I'm not a witness of the Book of Jubilee. I'm a witness of the scriptures of truth that we had today. And I'm not fool enough to say that we have the ancient manuscript. I'm not foolish enough to say that what we have might not have been tampered with. But I'm wise enough to know that the Almighty can allow us to understand whatever he wants us to understand. Don't forget the story of Daniel, where Daniel had to tell the king the writing on the wall, and he wasn't even a Babylonian. But the Almighty still gave him the wisdom, knowledge, and the understanding to be able to read, interpret, and tell the king what it meant. So because you find yourself in another place, and because you find the truth of the Almighty that has been tampered with, that do not mean Yahweh cannot allow you to understand the truth in the midst of the lie. And that's all he has allowed us to do.
Yeah. And one more thing is, if Abraham was actually keeping the Sabbath, it would have been somewhere in the book of Genesis. It's not nowhere in the book of Genesis. So it's a faulty thinking that Abraham actually was given the Sabbath, because it would be somewhere in the book of Genesis. And then Deuteronomy 5 verse 2 negates that.
Yes, it does.
Hallelujah.
And as you stated, Brother Hallelujah, as you stated, it would be somewhere in Genesis. We got 50 chapters of Genesis. And there is not one verse that says anybody kept the Sabbath. There's not one verse. And if we say we're a witness of this book, well, I will be a false witness to tell you that Abraham kept the Sabbath, and I can't show you one verse. I'm a false witness. We are only witnessing what we got in our hand. We ain't witnessing our opinion. We ain't witnessing our imagination. We are witnessing what we got in our hand. And if it is wrong, Yahweh ain't going to make the crooked things straight. We only witnessing what we got in our hand. I'm not a witness of the apocrypha. I'm not a witness of the lost books of Eden. I'm not a witness of none of that. I'm not a witness of the Quran. I'm not a witness of the Kibbutz Nagaf. I'm not a witness of none of that. I'm only a witness of the scriptures of truth as I have it in my hand.
Praise Yahweh.
And that witnessing have reproved a lot of brothers and sisters. So just keep witnessing what you got, Brother Yaakov, because religion has a lot of rumors and opinions to it. Just keep showing your brother what is written in the scripture until they get it, until they get that spirit to fear him.
Yeah.
Don't never let them have you talking like the people had Moses talking unadvisedly and say something that is not written. I ain't agreeing with none of it. If you can't show me the chapter and the verse, I'm not going to agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Great comment, brother, and very wisely spoken. A great question, because a lot of people teach that we were sinning in Egypt and all that, and I've already got many presentations, and one of them is who was punished in Egypt. Y'all remember that presentation?
Yes.
No.
Well, who was punished in Egypt? If the Egyptians were sinning and Israel was sinning, based on the true righteous judgment, who got punished?
Only Egypt.
Egypt only.
Yes, indeed.
The Almighty, I just gave 6 or 7 chapters dealing with the last of this presentation, that the Almighty going to pardon us. The Almighty going to clean us up. The Almighty going to save us. I ain't read one scripture where the Almighty said he going to come back and get us for how we lived in hell. How we lived being servants and afflicted. Oh, I'm going to come and punish y'all because y'all was afflicted. Because y'all was in darkness. I'm coming to punish y'all. No. You get your punishment by the enemy, by the rod of man, and by the stripes of man. While you find your butt in his land, as Yahweh promised our forefathers Abraham. He said, they will find themselves being servants and afflicted, and I will judge them whom they will serve, and I will let them free with great substance. That's all we ever waiting on when we find ourselves in hell, to be saved, and the enemy that has afflicted us be judged. That is all we are ever waiting on. That is where our hope is supposed to be. We got religion. But let me just say this last part. We got religions teaching that Yahweh coming to punish us for how we lived in hell, in darkness, without a mama, without a father, being breeded, and all that, and the Almighty coming to punish us for that. That is a wicked judgment, and that comes only by way of religion.
Hallelujah.
Yahweh is righteous all the time.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let me also add to that he's not coming to punish people who, first of all, most of our people don't even know who they are. So how he's coming to punish people who don't even know who they are? Secondly, he says that it just came out of my mind. That we're in the land of our captivities. So we're not even under our laws. You're under the heathen's laws.
Absolutely. And that's why you're going to be punished by the rod of man and by the stripes of man until Yahweh come and save you out of it.
And also he says that you're going to serve wood and stone. So while you're serving wood and stone, he's going to come back around and punish you for worshiping wood and stone? I mean, that was part of the curse? That makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. And that is not a righteous judgment. The Almighty is the Elohim of judgment. So the Almighty is fair. That's why you can't show me no scriptures where he's going to come and kill you because of your condition under the punishment. No, you're being killed in that land. And the remnant, those that are left of you, shall be saved. Not punished, not rejudged, not a double jeopardy. We talk about Yahweh worse than the white man. The white man is more fair than what our brothers teach in a religion. At least the white man teach, well, under our law, we can't judge you, nor will we judge you for a punishment or for a crime twice. Well, that ain't what our brothers and sisters teaching. Our brothers and sisters teaching that Yahweh going to punish us twice. He's going to punish us when he sent us here, and then he's going to punish us for how we live in the punishment. That is a foolish doctrine.
It makes no sense. That makes no sense.
No sense.
That's saying the white man more righteous than us, than our law.
That's what I just tried to say.
Wow.
That's what I just tried to say. The white man law is more righteous than our Creator, and I'll never agree with that. Never.
Right.
The white man, hurry up, and I think it's called, Sister Dinah be dealing with that law, I think it's called double jeopardy.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right word for it, sister?
Yes, sir.
So if the Almighty come and punish us for how we live, he will be more wicked. That don't even make sense. We calling the Almighty wicked based on what people is teaching. The Almighty ain't wicked. There is no iniquity found in him. So he will never come and punish you unjustly.
That's right.
Very wisely spoken. I didn't hear you.
Shalom, his brother Yamin. In Ezekiel 36th chapter, he said that he was going to come. Yes, in Ezekiel 36th chapter, the scripture said that the Almighty was going to come and clean us up from all our filthiness. That don't sound like punishment.
Sure don't. Sound like mercy to me.
Yeah.
I think you also read during your presentation that Yahweh had already judged us. So we're not going to be judged again.
But based on religion, the Almighty ain't as righteous as the wicked. The wicked got what they call double jeopardy. The Almighty ain't paying that no mind. He gonna come and punish us again. Even the people, as my brother Narayan brought about the priests and all that, you gonna come and punish us for not being taught? You mean we get punished for not knowing what to do? You gotta be kidding. The Almighty deal with justice. Say that again.
I was going to say
that's what the churches want you to believe. Mm-hmm.
Hold on. We got two people talking at the same time. Say that again.
I'll let the sister go first.
I said that's what the churches want you to believe, so they can tell you if you don't pay your tithe, then you're going to get punished.
Absolutely. And I just want to clarify that we ain't going to keep pointing at the Christian. We ain't going to keep pointing at the church. We point at religion. Mm-hmm. That's what religion teaches.
Mm-hmm. Those of us that say that we have understanding, a lot of them say, oh, the 2/3 is going to get cut off. If they understood, then they would know the 2/3 was already cut off when we got kicked out.
You got that right. I'm going to hurry up and ask you, where that 2/3 at? I'm going to ask you that. Where the 2/3 at?
Mm-hmm. They gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are. But those that teach that mess, I'm going to hurry up and ask them, where's the 2/3? And I guess whoever left is the one, well, I'm here. I'm still here. You still here. Even though you lied, you still here. So who is the people? That don't make sense. The 2/3 were already cut off. 2 out of a city and 1 out of the house. That's already written. And it was already done because it was talking about the people coming out of the north, if you really understand.
They have definitely used that to threaten people with following what they say. Oh, 2/3 is going to get cut off. A lot of the sisters also have been manipulated by that.
Yes, they do. And the sisters been manipulated by a lot of things. You ain't covered, you ain't married, you ain't this, you ain't that. Well, I just read that a bunch of people that's going to be afflicted, people that's going to be pregnant, and all that is going to be saved. They're going to be lamed and blind and all that. That's what I just read.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Most High. Praise. Hallelujah.
So the woman don't need no man. And I'm just saying this in this point. The woman don't need no man, nor the man need a woman. What they need is to be saved. I don't need you man or woman. We all need to be saved.
Yes.
That is the only way we're going to get out of this. That's the only way we're going to start having children from the married and not from the unmarried. That's the only way we're going to see our children live out their days. Guess what? How are you going to see your children live out their days? You must live a long time to see your children. So it's telling us that you're going to die. But your children going to continue to live long, fulfill their days after you die. That's what it's promising. Right now, our children die 18. I just looked at a little young rapper, just got shot in the head on his 26th birthday. We living 16 to 25. That don't sound like fulfilling your day.
Absolutely not.
And we have no assurance of our life. And when they say our life, we talking about everything that's ours. We talking about our children, our husband, our wives, our nieces, our nephews. All that is your family. So all that should be concerned, not what me and my husband doing, but the children at work. No, all of us. But today, you good at work. Why? Because you ain't under the law. You under their law. And for these children to get what they think they want and need, they're going to have to work for it, just like we do. So you might have some parents under religion, but guess what? Their children ain't. And you talking all this mess when you actually talking against your own children, because you know your children ain't doing what you doing. So you talking about your children. And that's what they did in the wilderness. And that was one of the main reasons those men of war didn't make it in the land of promise. Because they talking the same way we talking today. Our children going to get punished. Our children going to die in the wilderness. The Almighty said, boy, why would you say that? Since you said that, the women and the children is the ones going to make it in. You're not. So none of the men made it in except Joshua and Caleb. And why did they make it in? Because they had another spirit upon them, other than what the men of war had upon them. So those two men with a different spirit made it in, and all the women that you said would make it in, and all the children you said would make it in, made it in. So I would be careful about talking about our children, trying to be holy tonight, because that might not allow you in, but it will allow them in. Be careful. Understand the words of the Holy. We just got to make it fair. We got to keep it just. And we got to be able to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between life and death. And the way we do this is allowing the world to know that we have no remedy. We need to be saved. And the Almighty said he will save his people. His name is on it. His word is on it. Other than that, you get to call him a liar. But you would never be able to call him a liar because he mean what he say and he say what he mean. None of his words return back to him void. So you can rest assured we will be saved out of this. We got people talking about, well, when you know better, you do better. And you pull yourself up by your own bootstrap. Is you telling me that I can save myself? If that's the case, we are doomed as a people. Look how long we've been trying to save ourselves. And as your brother loved to say, the summer is just about ended. And the harvest is just about past. And we are still not saved, even though we do a lot of lip service each and every day. We still here. And all our brothers and sisters that say they keeping the law and they've been keeping the law for 20 and 30 and 50 years, guess where they at? Still here with us. So we done told the world, let's try this. We done tried everything else under the sun. Let's try fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. And let's see where that gets us. Let's see if we can find any type of mercy or relieving out of our affliction by fearing him and departing from evil. Let's try that.
Right.
We done tried everything else under the sun. Let's try that. And what we are trying is what we find written in the book. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That was told from the beginning. If thou does well, what did Yahweh say do? What did Yahweh say will happen if thou does well?
Be accepted.
That's what you'll get.
What did he say? What did he say if thou does not well?
And lie at the door.
Well, don't that tell us? Well, don't that tell us that sin is anything that you do not well against the Most High? Because the rumor is, and unfortunately, our brothers that call themselves Israelites that's under these religions even use these same words. They said, how can you sin if you ain't under the law? They will hurry up and challenge your understanding and ask you are you sinning today? And you say, yeah, I think I am. And they'll say, well, how can you sin if you ain't under the law? Well, brothers and sisters, Adam and Eve and their children, Cain and Abel, was not under the law. But they are told, if thou does well, you shall be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lieth at the door of your heart. It didn't say nothing about breaking the commandments that was not given. It don't say one word about some commandments that was not given yet. It talks about you doing well. It talks about, and what will well denote? Well would denote what you find out from the beginning of Genesis all the way up to what is said in the 4th chapter to Cain and Abel. That denotes well. What is a good example of that? Well, the Almighty told his children, Adam and Eve, to touch not this particular tree. Well, one of the adversaries, it can be your brother, sister, this happened to be a serpent, told the woman, the daughter of the Most High, your father don't mean it like that. He know once you eat that, your eyes will be open. So what did the person do? Did she do well or did she do evil? She did evil because she did not listen to her maker. And her husband followed her act, thus both of them did not do well. It was called sin, Israel, and they were judged for it. So sin is just not doing well. Sin denotes not hitting the mark, not staying on key to whatever Yahweh said. If you go against anything that Yahweh has said, is sin. That's why I speak so hard about where the law should be done, because it says throughout your book, in the land that you shall possess. And that land is called the glory of all lands. So if you find yourself teaching that we can do it anywhere we at, if you find yourself teaching that wherever you at is your dwellings, you have sinned. If I'm putting too much on that, or is that the truth?
That's the truth.
The truth. The truth. Yes. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Yes, hallelujah. This is Sister Deborah from Virginia, coming to y'all. 5 a.m. over here in Tanzania, Africa. Just want to give praise and thanks to the Most High for all that I've heard. I'm so thankful to be back hearing your voice. The last few weeks, I thought something was wrong with my phone. I called several times thinking somehow I was not getting into class. So I'm just thankful to hear the class this morning. And over here they got the religions playing on the loudspeaker at 5 a.m. And wow, this message was so perfect and good. And it just made me think about, I think you may have read in Ezekiel 20, 24 and 25, and talks about how he gave them statutes that were not good and judgments that they should not live. And every time I read that, I think about these religions and how they're not good. They don't teach you the ways of the Most High. They teach you things that man wants you to do for their own purposes. So I'm thankful that you brought this out today, and I'm thankful to be back and hearing your voice. So all praises to the Most High.
Hallelujah.
Say shalom to the family. Hallelujah.
Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. That's wisely spoken. And what you say they playing this morning? What is they say? What is they playing on the loudspeaker?
They got every morning. The Muslims, they play on the loudspeaker their prayers, and they be praying over the loudspeaker all throughout the country.
So mostly where you at is Islam or something like that. They mostly Islamic.
Parts of Tanzania is like if you go on the island, it's 90% Muslim. Over here on the mainland, it's about I think 60% Christian and then 40% Muslims.
Okay.
Something like that, yeah.
So they just about even in they religion. It's just about 50-50 throughout there. But ain't nobody speaking the truth.
No, they most of the people not even reading it, but they are very peaceful in their mannerisms and things like that for the most part. But a lot of them don't have the money to even buy of scriptures, and but a lot of colonization. They've been taught a lot of foolishness in these religions, and a lot of it is being taught by the other nations of what the religions that we as a people have followed.
Absolutely, because you the subject, because we the subject. We are the inferior. We are put in the hands of the enemies. So when you in the hand of the enemies, just like when Israel was in Egypt, it is known that we serve their gods. We serve their gods. We did what they do. Mm-hmm. We was evaporated and assimilated into the Egyptians, just like we evaporated and assimilated to the Americans and anybody else that we encounter being scattered abroad. We become according to them. We're not us. I don't even understand this. I don't understand how people cannot see this. What we are teaching under religion, we are the only people teaching that the Almighty told us to impose our law in their land. Do you know what that is called? Can somebody tell me what the United States call when somebody try to overrun their land with their laws? What is that called?
A coup d'etat.
Say that again.
A coup d'etat.
And what's another word for that?
It's overthrowing the government.
Overthrowing the government. Treason. I think it's another word like botany or something like that mean that same act.
Mm-hmm. I'll look it up for you, Elder.
Okay. Because it's another word I'm trying to find. All that you said and other people said, that's exactly where I'm at. But it's another word. And I remember a movie. I can't think of the movie right now, but it's these people was on a ship, and they was trying to take over United States with their laws. All those people had to be executed. You can't do that. Can you imagine? And right now y'all see Trump and that Biden guy going back and forth. Can you imagine that a Chinese or Arabian or somebody like that is sitting on that same panel trying to execute and apply their laws? That won't work, because we are the only people that apply the Almighty word in another man's land. And luckily, the enemy don't take you serious. If they took you seriously, one of the greatest examples I could think of during our time is what happened at Philadelphia. I think it was West Philadelphia, dealing with the brothers and sisters under the movement called MOVE. Y'all remember that? They dropped the bomb on them?
Move. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
And why did they drop the bomb on them?
Terrible.
Why did they drop the bomb on them? Do anybody remember?
Because they wanted to be
Because
independent.
they were doing their own thing, and people.
There you go. There you go. They were trying to be independent. They were trying to do their own thing. They were trying to institute their laws, living in the enemy's land. It's just like us being in the project, and we blocked the project off. And they tried to do that. We blocked the project off and said, we ain't let nobody in. And we're going to live in this project the way God told us to. Where the white man said, what? What did they say? Is they serious? Oh, yeah, they serious. Well, let's execute them. They drop bombs on children, women, and men.
Yeah, I remember that.
Just because they want to live what they thought was right. We just want to live the right way. We don't want to live under this oppression no more. So we're going to take this land that we've been paying rent on, and we're going to live our own way. And the enemy said, no, you're not, because you under my law. That will be bucking my law.
Almighty said it too.
And the Almighty said it too. You're absolutely correct, bro. The Almighty said it too. If you don't bow down to the king and his sons and his sons' sons, you ain't going to make it back. You're going to die there. And we got many stories of dying here. We got many revolts where the slaves fought for their freedom. And I asked myself, if they won, where did they wind up in? Guess where they wind up in? In America. What? You won and you still in America? You didn't win. And then we got like people like Haitians. They say, well, we fought for our freedom. But you got people over in the United States that done left Haiti talking about we still fighting for our freedom. And Haiti is in hell. Even though they won their independence, they are one of the poorest black nations on the face of the earth, and none of the United Nations really helped them. Just because you was able to fight for your freedom, we ain't going to help you what shape, form, or fashion. And look at their condition today. They are begging every day, but they supposed to be strong and fought for their freedom. Well, what was your reward? To be the most inferior nation on the earth? That's your reward?
Just to remember, the Most High put.
They've been paying France for over 100 years for overthrowing the government.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just like over here, too.
Say that again?
They're doing the same thing over here. Just paying France and all these other countries.
Yeah, because we find ourselves in the midst of the nations, and ain't nothing we can do about their laws and they confederacies and who they confederate with. We can't do nothing about it. As Jeremiah 29 tells us, pray for the peace of the city, and in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. You ain't got nothing to do about that. You can complain all you want. Well, I wouldn't complain too loud because they might hear you, but ain't nothing you can do about it.
That's right.
And they will hear you.
You better off doing what Yahweh advised you to do, and that was pray.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because in the end of the day, you ain't going to have no strength to change nothing that you just found out. Nothing. You can tell us about it. I bet you can't change it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I always hear. Wait on him. You know, you can't do it yourself.
Wait on him. Wait on him and be saved out of this.
Oh, yeah.
He told our people to accept their punishment. We are the children of those people. He ain't telling us to accept the punishment. Why he ain't telling us to accept the punishment? Because you born in it. They wasn't. So we automatically accept the punishment. We just now waking up talking about, I ain't no slave. I ain't this, I ain't that. Well, that ain't what your granddaddy and grandmama going to tell you. They're going to tell you when we came here, we were slaves. And we ain't had no say-so. And you supposed to be our children.
We are definitely still slaves.
Still slaves.
They just changed from private slaves to public slaves.
That's all it is. And all we did become from shadow slavery to what is called and known as sharecropping. Whatever job you find yourself on, however you entertain, whatever football team, you ain't doing nothing but a bunch of sharecropping with the master. And that was based on his ruling. His ruling. Mm-hmm. I love a movie. Y'all remember Buck and the Preacher? Well, Buck and the Preacher is a movie dedicated to what happened to the black man when they said you were free. And that movie showed that they killed you. You was open season for all the beasts of the forest. So many of us got killed in the 10 and 20 years after the so-called declaration that you was free, to where we had to run back to Master. And Master made a deal with us. And that deal is what we find ourselves doing today. Every time we fill out a job application, every time we talk about we got a new job, that ain't nothing but sharecropping. And that's what our fathers agreed to after they got slaughtered, after they was getting slaughtered, made to go back to the cotton fields of Mississippi and wherever else we were at.
My goodness. So
we ain't doing nothing but sharecropping. I don't care what job you got.
Yes, speak on it, yes.
Even if it's your own job, I guarantee you on their property. I guarantee you paying them something for you to do your job. It's sharecropping, Israel. These men own everything. You are the inferior. We are sitting around right now, two jokers, two base men debating about who gonna run the country. And all we slaves and sharecroppers can do is hope that we get the best of the two. That's all we can do. But both of them is our enemy, but we don't care. We can't do nothing about it. We just hope we get the best one. That's it. And ain't now one of them good.
Just enough.
Ain't now one of them good. Yahweh said he set up the basis of man. So these guys that running for president, I said the same thing about Obama, the men before Obama, and the man after Obama. If you are set up, you are known as the basis, the lowest. And what did our brother do for us when he was president for 8 years? Can somebody answer that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not for us.
He can't do nothing because he is the basis being set up for the country that he in. He just happened to be black this time. And that's a proof that Yahweh's word is correct because we had a brother. We had a brother. Just think about all our mothers and fathers that was dreaming about a black man being president of the United States. Well, their dream came true. And guess what happened? Nothing. We don't know nothing about that man but him, his wife, and his daughters. He ain't did nothing for us. He couldn't do nothing for us. He never said in his campaign that he was going to do nothing for us. Because if he would have, he would never been elected. He had to appeal to his enemy and his enemy allowed him to be the president.
That's right. And they the one who had to protect him, too.
The heavens and earth is witnessing against us, Israel. If we want to know the truth, just search under the heaven and earth, and it will be revealed that we are in hell and we need to be saved. Won't no man buy us, as it was read in Deuteronomy 28:68. Well, Obama was a powerful man. He couldn't buy us out of this? No, he could not. No, he could not, because it's already written. No man will buy you out of this. No man will redeem you out of this. I don't care if he's the president of the United States. He will not be able to redeem you poor black people. And we still here. And now we're dealing with 2 more presidents after him. And we're going to deal with some more presidents until the Almighty save us out of this. People say, well, if you don't vote, you can't complain. That ain't the biggest lie I've ever heard.
Yes.
Voting is a form of religion, too.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I truly, truly thank the Almighty for putting a spirit on us all that we may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And I truly thank him for putting a spirit on you all that y'all was able to perceive these great words that he have declared into his people. In closing, I would love to end this presentation, which was called, Have Not the Black Man and Woman Only Been Taught Religion? I would like to end this presentation by reading 2 Psalms. Since the inconvenience I have given y'all by not being available, I will end this presentation with 2 Psalms. And those 2 Psalms will be 2 Psalms to praise Yahweh and to speak against religion. And those 2 Psalms that I will end this presentation with is Psalm 79 and Psalms 135. Let us all please turn our Holy Scripture to Psalms 79. And I would like to thank you all once again for lending the ear that you may hear, that ye may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Psalms 79. And it reads, O Elohim, the heathen are come into thy inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled. Well, usually when you defile something, you set something up. It talks about, in the book of Daniel, about the desolation. Let me hold this page. I got to say it right. My recollection just left me, forsook me a little bit. So let me turn to Daniel and read this, what I need to say to y'all before we continue. Because usually when you desecrate something, when you tear down something, you reestablish something. So the truth is
the brother be right back with us. They cut him off. He's calling right back in.
He's cut off.
Sorry about that, Israel. They knocking us off. But what I was trying to bring forth is where the Almighty speak about in the book of Daniel about the desolation that make desolate. And that denoted, especially when you can't find that in your Holy Scriptures, but when you deal with books like the Apocrypha and all that, it denotes that the Hellenistic people, I'm trying to think of the actual person that did that, but they burnt a pig in the temple of Yahweh. And that was the desolation, that the desolation that made desolate. And the Almighty was telling Daniel that the children of Israel will be suffering this punishment until that temple is cleaned up. So when that happened, it allows us to know that we wasn't under the statutes of life, but because the temple was desolated. Well, who desolated, and what did they desolate it with? They desolated with burning swine in the temple. So another religion is taking place until the Almighty destroy that, clean the temple, and set the statues of life back up. So that's all I was trying to reference to. But we all should find ourselves in Psalm 79 because they is kicking us off. Psalm 79 and close. I just wanted to apply that, what was said in Psalm 79, where it reads again, O Elohim, the heathen are come into thy inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled. They have laid Jerusalem on heaps. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat, and to the fowls of the heaven. The flesh of thy saints, and to the beasts of the earth. Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem. If that's true, the land defiled. And there was none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. How long, Yahweh, will thou be angry forever? If you find yourself in this despicable situation, it is only because your Maker is angry. Shall thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name. They calling on Jesus. They calling on Allah. They calling on Buddha. They calling on Celestia. They calling on everything under the sun except the Maker, the Creator himself. Thus it reads, for they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his dwelling places. What? Your dwelling places is laid waste. Your dwelling places ain't in America and abroad. It reads, oh, remember not against us former iniquities. Let thy tender mercies speedily prevent us, for we are brought very low. Help us, Yahweh, of our salvation, for the glory of thy name, and deliver us, and purge away our sins for thy name's sake, not for our reenactment. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their Elohim? Let him be known among the heathen, as they talk this day, in our sight. How? By the revenging of the blood of thy servants, which is shed. And this go hand in hand with what Brother Narayan was saying. How in the heck we going to say we under the law, but they killing us? And even the enemy is mocking us. They telling you, call on your God. Call on him. You say you're a Hebrew? Call on him. Let's see, can he stop me from hanging you? Let's see if he can stop me from taking your daughter and selling her into a whole nother country. Let's see if he can stop me from humiliating and devastating our men. Thus it reads, wherefore should the heathen say, where is their Elohim? Let him be known among the heathen in our sight by the revenging of the blood of thy servants which is shed. Let the sign of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Preserve thy those that are appointed to death, and render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach wherewith they have reproached thee, O Master. So we, thy people, the sheep of thy pasture, will give thee thanks forever. We will show forth thy praise to all generations, as we do this day, telling people to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Psalms 115 and close. And it reads, not unto us, Yahweh, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their Elohim? But our Elohim is in heaven. He have done whatsoever he hath pleased. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands, religion. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Nose have they, but they smell not. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throats. You speaking for them. You writing books. They that make them are like, please take note, they that make them, I don't care what religion it is, are like unto them. So is everyone that trusts in them. Religion. O Israel, trust thy in Yahweh. Proverbs 3 and 7. O Israel, trust thy in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. O house of Aaron, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. You that fear Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. He is your help and your shield. Yahweh has been mindful of us. He will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aaron. He will bless them. Please take note that fear Yahweh, both small and great. Yahweh shall increase you more and more. You please take note, and your children, because you fear him. Ye are blessed of Yahweh, which made the heaven and the earth. The heaven, even the heavens, are Yahweh's, but the earth have he given to the children of men. The dead praise not Yahweh. Don't wait till you die. The dead praise not Yahweh, neither any that go down into silence. But we that fear Yahweh will bless Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, family. Hallelujah.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.